Okay, test 1 2 3. How's the audio sound? Let me know how everything's looking and how everything's sounding as we jump right into today's coverage of a massive severe weather outbreak that's about to take place across portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, Illinois, Indiana, a little bit of Ohio and Kentucky. A little bit of everywhere is getting in on some, severe weather over the next couple of days. Today, our main focus is going to be probably a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe even some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Some very big hail is possible today, especially in Missouri, points down south towards Oklahoma. We do have the very real risk of some tornadoes today as well. I believe that threat's going to kind of kick up a little bit later this evening. But we're going to be here for a while covering a wide range of severe weather for all these places. Let me show you the graphic just so we're all on the same page. What are we looking at here? This is the latest outlook, the latest day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got 3 million people under the moderate risk. That includes Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Norman, Wichita Falls, Lawton. And then we've got 21 million people under an enhanced risk of severe weather from Dallas to St. Louis, all the way over to Cincinnati. The red area here in Oklahoma, that's our moderate risk. It's driven by hail. Okay, so we have a very high probability of damaging hail here in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. We're talking about baseball-sized hail, maybe even larger in some of these areas. And we're already starting to see some of those storms pop off up here in northern Oklahoma. We have a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings already in effect. In fact, Fisher County, Jones County, Texas, this is down in Texas, and Taylor County, Texas, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But up here in Oklahoma, Noble County is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We've got inch and three quarter hail falling up there. And that's going to probably cause some problems in the very near future, as these storms are only going to get bigger, and they're only going to start to produce, in my opinion, larger hail as we go farther into the afternoon. So if I'm downstream here in Fairfax, all the way up there towards Caney, Bartlesville, any of these places along the northeastern side of Oklahoma, next to the southeastern side of Kansas, these storms are about to cause some big problems in terms of hail. We've also got some big hailers down here in Texas, getting ready to move into Abilene, getting ready to move into places like Albany, Texas. These are dropping some very, very large hail, and also some very strong winds are associated with these as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds moving out of Anson over towards Albany, Texas right now. So we're in the very beginning stages of what will likely become a massive severe weather outbreak today. And we expect more of these storms to move on up over towards Wichita Falls, Ardmore, Oklahoma, McAllister, Muskogee, Tulsa, Claremore, Bartlesville, all these places in Oklahoma, including OKC. You guys are under a moderate risk of severe weather today, mainly driven by the hail risk. Now, another thing that we've got to worry about here is damaging winds. We've got straight line damaging winds possible for pretty much everybody in any of these risk areas tonight. But we have a pretty significant tornado risk as well. The Storm Prediction Center has put out a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes for an extremely large area. Let me show you that. Yeah, almost 9 million people in that 10% tornado zone. Oklahoma City is included in that. Tulsa, St. Louis, Springfield, Missouri is even included in that. So St. Louis, you guys are under the gun for some potential tornadic activity later this evening. Jefferson City, Springfield, Fayetteville, Arkansas even is in on that. So all of the yellow areas there have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that zone. And then the hatched risk, the dotted lines in there, indicate that the damage from said tornadoes could be pretty significant. Potentially the EF2 damage or greater from some of these tornadoes. So that's what we're talking about today. We're once again at the very beginning stages of this. We don't have any tornado warnings yet. We don't have I think the biggest hail report we've gotten so far is a 2-inch hail report, which is crazy because once again, we are in the infancy stages of this. We're only going to see bigger hail as time goes on. But that's the outlook for today. But now, before we get into the weeds of really covering all of these storms individually today, I do want to talk about tomorrow's outlook as well, because I know there's a bunch of people in here that are concerned about that and are probably asking questions about that. We're going to touch on this as much as we possibly can today, but remember, we have an ongoing severe weather situation. We have to focus most of our energy on what's going on today. But tomorrow, we're going to be right back here with you, okay? Because we have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow as well, farther to the east. In fact, a good chunk of Ohio is included in this. Columbus down to Cincinnati. In fact, Cincinnati, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, just to the south of town there. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, moving into Florence and Independence. This is around the airport there. So get ready for that. Down there near Florence and Independence, and even towards Taylor Mill. Okay, so that's happening right now. And by the way, we're going to see a bunch of storms today along the Ohio River Valley, along the warm front. These will probably bring some hail, some wind. There is actually a tornado threat with some of these storms as well. But the big show, the big deal, okay, as far as severe weather goes, it isn't until tomorrow, and that's what we're talking about with this big moderate risk. It's a very rare situation where we have a moderate risk of severe weather on the day 2 outlook. That means there's really high confidence that we're going to see some severe weather. And this one is driven by the tornado risk. So we have a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes already tomorrow in these portions of Ohio. Let me show you that. Let me switch over to that graphic. Tornado risk for the day 2, 7 million people in the 15% 15% risk. And then we've got a 10% risk that goes from Cleveland all the way plumb down to Birmingham. And then the hatched area goes from Huntsville, once again, all the way up to Cleveland. So we've got a ton of people that could be experiencing tornadic activity tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be it's probably going to be an extremely busy day. But remember, we're kind of focused on today right now. We're going to use every little lull moment we can to kind of touch on the forecast here. But long story short, all of the ingredients will probably be in place tomorrow to support a tornado outbreak. The thing that would stop that from happening, the thing that we've got to root for here, is all of these storms that are forming today, right? We're going to see a huge bunch of convection pop up over here in Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas today, and that's going to kind of wander over towards the Ohio Valley tonight. We hope that there's a lot of that kind of sticks around early in the morning into the early afternoon period tomorrow in the Ohio Valley, because the longer we have these leftover bands of rain and even some intermittent thunderstorms, the longer those stick around, the less likely it will be that the atmosphere recovers enough to allow for the second phase, or the reignition of these storms to come through and do what some of the models have been showing that prompted this risk. Okay, so if that doesn't happen, if we get sunlight tomorrow, if we get a lot of clearing tomorrow, if all of that is in place, we're probably on track to see a pretty significant severe weather situation here in Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Tennessee tomorrow. So that's basically the gist of it. This is the forecast. Tornadoes, hail, wind, it's all likely tomorrow. If you're in the red, it's more likely. If you're in the yellow, you understand how the SPC system works. But I don't want to talk too much about the exact timing or placement of these storms. Hopefully not until tomorrow, because there's a lot that can change based off of what happens with the remnants of these storms that we will be tracking today. So already we're in a nowcasting situation, okay? But I will be touching on the forecast here for tomorrow a little bit. I did originally plan on going and chasing, because I live over here in this neck of the woods. This is my neck of the woods here. But I think that since the tornado risk looks so high, I think that I'm going to stay here in the studio and just cover it traditionally. And of course, we're going to have storm chasers out there anyways, covering these for us. So once again, make sure if you're interested in that, if you want to be here for that, follow, subscribe, whatever it is, and you'll get the notification for that live stream that will start probably earlier than this one started today, tomorrow for Ohio. Back to the present. Okay, I want to talk about the present. Let me turn this off here. Storms are growing insanely fast over here in Oklahoma. Big hail moving towards Fairfax, Oklahoma. I do want to mention that we, of course, have all of our storm chasers in place. Brad Arnold's out there in Randolph County, Missouri. Jordan Hall is in St. Charles County, Missouri. Chris Hall is in Callaway County, Missouri. James McMullen is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Ryan Scholl is in Wichita County, Texas. And Brandon is in Sedan, Kansas. Okay, so these guys are, giving us a live feed here. Hold on one second. Of course, this is an all-star lineup. If there's going to be a tornado today, we'll likely see it through one of their streams. Okay, it's always valuable to have the storm chasers on board because a lot of times me showing you these colors and these graphs and stuff doesn't quite do it. Seeing the actual picture of the tornado, the picture of the storm is what makes people take the warning seriously a lot of times. So that's what we're hoping. And also it gives us a better idea of exactly where the storms are. Sometimes Brad Arnold has been able to give us invaluable information about a tornado that's not even visible on radar yet, doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but we can clearly see it, what road it's on and what direction it's heading from Brad Arnold's camera. So that's why we have the storm chasers out there. But yeah, they're out there waiting on the big storms, and some of them are going to intercept a storm here pretty soon, but some of them might be waiting a little bit as they are kind of waiting back a little bit because not all the storm chasers are as interested in the large hail as they are potentially sighting a tornado. And once again, the tornado threat looks to kick up probably later this evening, especially after sundown, is when that is going to be the most likely, I think. Could be a little bit of a different story as these storms, in particular here in Oklahoma, make it up towards Missouri. We'll see what happens with that near the warm front over the next couple of hours. But this is a really interesting dynamic system. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's kind of weird. It's kind of confusing. But we're going to be covering it as best as we can here. Newest severe thunderstorm warning is going to be down here in Texas for Abilene. Abilene, Texas, get ready for 1 inch in diameter hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way there over the next little bit. This is the beginning stages of some of the larger storms that will likely make it up into the Red River Valley later this evening. And I think that these storms, or storms that form around this boundary here, will likely be some of the ones that produce tornadoes later. We're watching that right now. They're elevated, they're producing hail, and they are producing strong winds. Once they get closer to Dallas, it'll probably be the same story, but of course we will monitor that as we get there. I want to go check in on some of these warm front storms too, because these are already convecting more widespread than I think was originally depicted by some of the short-range models. So we probably are going to see some, or quite a few, severe thunderstorm warnings up here in southern southern Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia over the next few hours. And in fact, there is a severe thunderstorm watch that will probably go out here. There's a 40% probability right now within the next couple of hours. If these storms continue to grow like this, we'll probably get a watch in Kentucky and Indiana and Ohio. That severe thunderstorm just south of Cincinnati is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's right near the airport right now, and then it's going to be moving over towards Independence here before too long. We've got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning, a couple of new warnings that just came in. One of them is up here in Oklahoma. 70-mile-per-hour winds is on its way to the western Bartlesville area in Oklahoma. Pretty rural zone out here where some of these storms are right now, but they're slowly but surely working into some more populated areas. Coffeyville, Cherryvale, Parsons, Oswego, all these places in Kansas, you're next in line, and I think that these storms are going to be much more mature and much more concerning by the time they get to you. So get ready for the big hail as it moves in your direction. Why is everything all mixed up here, son? Let me see. There we go. Little stuff like that, man. We notice it every stream. Anyways, before we start getting deep into the, I'm pretty sure we're going to have, a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings over the next couple of hours. Before we get into the tornado warnings and stuff, I'm also going to try to direct my attention over to chat as much as possible. So if you have a question, go ahead and leave that. We also have meteorologist Andy Hill with us. I've seen a lot of people already ask about him. He is here. He is ready. He is watching the radar like a hawk, and he will he'll chime in as soon as he has some information for us. We also have Chandra here. She's going to chime in if we do end up doing anything with the Y'all Squad, if that's necessary. And we've also got Elijah with us, which we will introduce him a little bit later if he has any news for us whenever that happens. So we've got the full team ready to go today, just in case things get going here. Did y'all hear that watch? We're having a little bit of problems with our warning overlay too. It sounds weird. I'm going to try restarting it once again just to see if that helps. But yeah, just let me know if anything weird is happening with the warnings as they pop up. If they sound weird, we're working on that in the background, I believe. That one sounded. Are you going to be, okay. Are you going to be chasing tomorrow? Nope, I'm not chasing tomorrow. I'll be right here in the studio. It's too big of a deal tomorrow. I think tomorrow really does have the opportunity. It's not guaranteed or anything. It has the opportunity to be a tornado outbreak, and I don't want to be without service on one singular storm. I don't want to be out there, whenever a tornado outbreak is going on, because I feel like I could, I'm more useful here, bringing everybody together, Andy and all the storm chasers together here on this one stream with radar and everything is just more useful to the people who are in the path of the storms. I like storm chasing because it's fun. During a big tornado outbreak in a populated area like Ohio, not so much, not so fun. So I'll be staying here covering the storms tomorrow. I do want to mention also, before we get too deep into the coverage here, please share this. I think we're live on TikTok. I don't know if we're live on TikTok, but we're trying to bring in some new people from TikTok. I don't know if that's working yet or not, but if you guys want to share this on TikTok, if you want to share it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever, to help us get the word out there, it would be very, very good for us and for the people who need the information. We don't have any billion-dollar backers. We're not, advertising. We don't get in front of anybody unless you guys share us. And we've heard time and time again, every time there's a big tornado, we go to the town and we talk to the people, and people say, my aunt's cousin's uncle shared you on Facebook, and that's how I found you. And if it wasn't for that, because I don't watch the news, I wouldn't have known there was a tornado warning, and I wouldn't have taken shelter, and who knows what would have happened there. So you all sharing this stream out there, even if you don't know anybody directly in the risk area, just generally sharing it so that other people can share it. You all are doing the biggest part of the work as far as getting the information out to people who need it. That's the whole goal here, okay? So share it out there. If you don't want to share it, or if you don't have social media to share it on, that makes sense. I don't blame you. Just hit the like button here on the stream, just like you would a YouTube video, and hopefully the YouTube algorithm will take care of the rest of it for us and put us in front of the right people. It looks like we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. Wow. Yeah, there it is. It's in Texas. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. And that includes Albany, Texas. So that's going to be for, 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2 3/4 inch hail. That's baseballs. We've got baseball-sized hail falling and being blown at 70 miles per hour. This is a situation that you need to treat as if it was a tornado warning. If you're in Albany, Texas, You want to take shelter as if there is a tornado warning. If we've really got 70-mile-an-hour baseballs flying around in that storm, that's extremely dangerous. You don't want to be anywhere near windows. You certainly don't want to be outside. You might as well take shelter as if it was a tornado. Wonder what some of the other locations are here. Looters and Albany. So Looters around 4 p.m., Albany around 4:10. Baseball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The first destructive severe thunderstorm warning of today. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have quite a few of those as these storms grow very quickly and move off to the northeast. See here. Corey says, how do I get my dad to listen to me about tomorrow? He's camping along the Ohio River, and he does not listen to me about anything. Corey, I don't know, man. Sometimes people are stubborn, and you can't scream at them. You can't be like, hey, don't go camping. That doesn't help. I would just try to call him or talk to him in a very calm, cool,
hey Ryan, you got a
manner,
second?
And just try to kind of explain everything that I've explained to you. And then try to explain them the cost, right? Like if you do, maybe just postpone your camping trip just a little bit, and your campsite doesn't end up getting hit by significant severe weather, what have you lost, right? Maybe a couple of days of camping. But if you are camping in a camper or a tent, I don't know what kind of camping we're talking about, and a tornado comes, the potential loss is so much more in that situation. You know what I mean? So you can't make people, it's a free country, can't make people do anything. But it's very rare that you have as much warning and lead time as we do with this upcoming system, if it is the way that we think it's going to be. So I just hope that everybody that can and is willing to is paying attention to that and doing what they need to do to get ready. Ryan Scholl, I think, is reaching out to me. Let's hear what he's got to say. Yeah, what's up, Ryan? We're live on YouTube. How's it going, man?
It's going great. I'm currently south of Wichita Falls, and I'm heading south, and I'm going to get on that storm north of Abilene as it's warned for baseballs. That looks to be the storm of the day down here right now.
Okay. All right, so Ryan is going for the storm over there near Abilene. Let's see, where exactly is he? He's pretty close. You see, right, he's just south of Wichita Falls here. He will probably get to that storm near Graham, and he'll try to intercept it there. Once again, potentially baseball-size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds in that storm approaching Albany. If it continues to grow, it'll probably be a problem for Breckenridge and Woodson at some point in the future as well. So Ryan Scholl, let's put Ryan Scholl in the number 1 spot, Chandra, if you will. We're going to watch him as he's really close to showing us the storm. When will storms start building around central Oklahoma? It's happening now. It's going to happen some more a little bit later. I think what's likely going to happen is these storms down here will grow exponentially and kind of move slowly up into south central Oklahoma, and that'll be the main story there. But more new convection will probably also pop up around Altus and Lawton here soon, and we'll see some cells move up towards Oklahoma City. Big storm getting ready to move just to the north of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. This one's got 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that's moving up towards Elgin and Copan in Oklahoma. That's a pretty big storm. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas right now for Independence and Sherryvale. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail is possible with that. Remember, over here in Cincinnati, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning as well, and these storms are continuing to look more and more impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a series of severe thunderstorm warnings down the Ohio River, down towards Georgetown, West Union, and Maysville over the next several hours. It's currently, where I live down here in East Kentucky, it's currently 84 degrees, and we've got a I mean, it's juicy out there, okay? And this is the air mass that's feeding these storms. So there's a pretty good chance that these will survive for some time as they move to the south and east. And we will keep you updated on that. I expect more to pop up back here in central Indiana as well, and of course back towards Illinois. The good news is we've got a lot of just stratiform, like leftover rain out here, and that's kind of keeping the instability values a little bit lower than what they could be. But that's not going to change the fact that we've got some big time storms that are moving into Missouri here before too long. In fact, I think we've already got a tornado watch there. I don't think I showed that one yet. Let me pull that up. If I can find it. Yeah. Kansas City, you're under a tornado watch. So is Springfield, Branson, Moberly. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. Scattered gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely. So, yeah, tornado watch. And that's going to be until 11 p.m. Central. And then there's also a tornado watch just to the south of that in Oklahoma, and I'll show you this one as well. Tornado watch for Oklahoma City. This is till 9 p.m. Central. Tulsa, Ardmore, Wichita Falls, Denton. A few tornadoes likely. Widespread hail up to softball size likely. Scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely. So a serious situation is unfolding as far as severe weather goes in these areas. Move my just moving some stuff around here. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing wall-to-wall severe weather coverage on the severe weather outbreak that's currently unfolding in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. And right now we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here in Texas. Baseball-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are potentially moving towards the Albany, Texas area, and we've got storm chaser Ryan Scholl on the way to that storm. I believe we don't have him in the number one spot yet. Chandra, can we do that? Ryan Scholl. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay, so Annalie, thank you for becoming a member. Melissa has been here for 2 years, says, hey, y'all, waiting for the storm to arrive here in Joplin. Joplin, Missouri is in the risk area today for the wind and the potential tornado risk. Also hail. Let's see here. Abby, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Columbus, Ohio, tornado threat today or tomorrow? Definitely tomorrow is when you need to be most concerned about the tornado threat in Columbus. Everybody in Ohio, man. Everybody in Ohio needs to be hyper weather aware tomorrow. If we've got a quick second here, I don't know if the HRRR Yeah, real quick. We'll do a quick run of the models. We're not going to get too in depth with it because, once again, we don't need to be paying too close of attention to the exact placement of these storms. But I haven't seen the 18Z HRRR yet, so let's check it out together. These are the storms that we're watching today, right? We're going to have a big complex of storms potentially producing hail and maybe even tornadoes around 8 p.m. tonight in Missouri and Illinois. And then the big troublemakers, it looks like as of right now, are going to be down here in Oklahoma. Around 8 p.m., we could be having a lot of activity out there in terms of severe weather. And then I think things are going to continue to be very intense all the way through 11, maybe midnight, before things start calming down a little bit. We're still going to experience severe weather in Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana and Arkansas between midnight and 5 a.m. or so, but it's going to be a lot more subdued than what we're going to see this evening. We're going to see that warm front really light up with convection all the way through the morning. And actually, around 1 p.m. tomorrow, things are pretty clear here in the warm sector, which is not a good sign. Remember, earlier we talked about it would be nice to have a lot of leftover rain showers and stuff in this area to keep the atmosphere from becoming too unstable. It looks like that won't be the case. We're going to have, potentially even sunshine in some of these areas in the warm sector here as new storms start to form around 4 or 5 p.m. And we've got a couple of different areas of concern, but the main thing is we're going to have a big line of storms form from central Kentucky down into Mississippi. And we're going to have another line of, right now it looks like it could be a broken line or maybe even just a line of supercells that forms in Indiana and then moves into Ohio right next to the area of greatest helicity, the nose of the dew points. Like everything just kind of comes to a point up here where these cells are allegedly supposed to convect. And if that was to happen, this right here is exactly what an Ohio Valley tornado outbreak looks like on radar. That could be what we're dealing with tomorrow around 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., all the way until probably midnight before that starts to wind down. And then the snow moves in. Yeah, you heard that right. It's probably going to snow in some parts of Ohio on Wednesday and Thursday after being in the 80s today. And then potentially having tornadic storms tomorrow right after that snow. This is a very powerful dynamic storm here moving into the area. So tornado possibility is there with this part of the line as well. It's a little bit harder to tell exactly what's going to happen with that right now. That'll definitely come down to a nowcasting situation. We'll be watching those storms unfold as they pop up on the live stream here. And then I think, unfortunately, if this actually happens, if we get these cells popping up right here, that'll be our main focus for the stream tomorrow as they produce. Those are the kinds of storms that can produce long track violent tornadoes. There's a lot that goes into tornado forecasting. A lot of times we look at the storm relative helicity, we look at the convective available potential energy, we look at the lower level jet stream, we look at all this stuff. But a quick way to very quickly explain that all of the ingredients are there is by looking at a composite parameter called the significant tornado parameter. And this is just absolutely lighting up in Indiana and Ohio tomorrow. It's very rare that you see significant tornado parameter values this high anywhere ever, let alone way up here in the Ohio Valley and eastern Indiana and West Ohio. This is some stuff that we haven't seen since over a year ago when we were looking at the forecast for the March 31st stream. I'm not saying that this is going to be like that, certainly in a smaller area geographically, but it's worth mentioning. This is an upper echelon forecast as far as modeling goes, and that's why we're so concerned. And that pretty much concludes my speech about what's potentially going to happen tomorrow. And the lights are green, so that means we get to talk to Andy. So go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think a lot of people might be curious about what happens after what you just showed in Ohio. Like, why are we not expecting an upper end risk for the Mid Atlantic or maybe Pennsylvania, just off to the east of what's going to happen tomorrow in Ohio? And the answer I think will be interesting for a lot of people if you're in east of the Appalachia and around that area, you're probably familiar with the term cold air damming, or you're used to those days where it's just cold, gloomy, overcast, and the temperature doesn't budge and you don't see the sun all day. That's what's in place right now for a lot of Pennsylvania, even into Maryland at the moment. We do have some cold air damming in place. That's going to take some time to push up. It's going to be really difficult, actually, for the storm system to push that up because there's so much cold, heavy, dense air. It's going to keep the severe threat very low for, maybe north of the Maryland, Pennsylvania state line as we go 2 days from now. So I think that there's still a severe risk from like maybe central Virginia through eastern North Carolina. I do think we should take a look at the composite parameters for that. At the moment, we could go all the way out to 18Z on that day, which is about 2 p.m. local time or 3 p.m. and see how that starts to shape up. Maybe that risk will be upgraded for Eastern and Virginia and North Carolina as a result, because the conditions do look somewhat favorable, and there should still be some storms in place as we start to get into the midday 2 days from now on Wednesday. But further north for you guys in Pennsylvania, that cold, dense air and that thick overcast clouds should nullify most of the severe threat. It kind of just hits the Appalachian Mountains and then stops right on them because the cold air is in place on the other side. So I think that's an important update for those people down the line of this system wondering, what happens after Ohio experiences this potential outbreak.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. He will be chiming in a bunch today, and he'll be here with us tomorrow as we cover these storms. And I'm zoomed out now to the entire East Coast on our latest HRRR run here, and you can see very clearly that the storms, just like they will tonight, they're going to die off a little bit tomorrow night into the early morning hours. But look, as soon as the pull of the flow from the Gulf of Mexico starts coming around the Appalachian Mountains like this, we are going to get a lot of warm, moist air up into Virginia, Maryland, and the Carolinas. But it's going to become just in time for potentially some storms to form here later in the day as we go into the day on April 3rd, Wednesday. So that is, let me show you. We'll look at that same parameter that we were just looking at. Here's the major potential, severe weather situation over here in Indiana and Ohio on April 2nd around 7 p.m. Notice how that very quickly just completely goes away as these storms get closer to the Appalachian Mountains. But there is actually a re-sparking, a rekindling of some of that energy. Once again, just in time as that warm air, moist air arrives here around 1 p.m. or so in Virginia and North Carolina especially. So this is something that we have to watch extremely closely as we go even into Wednesday. So it's called a multi-day severe weather outbreak for a reason. Yesterday was the beginning of that. We had a pretty impressive hailstorm in Illinois. Today is going to be probably the biggest day as far as coverage goes, as the amount of places that will be impacted. Tomorrow, unfortunately, will probably be the biggest day as far as the severity of the storms. And Wednesday is going to possibly even be another day in a very localized area here that we have to watch very closely for the real risk of severe weather. So you guys are going to get tired of seeing me and Andy before too long if this keeps up. Let's see here. How are things looking like in Tulsa?
Hey, Ryan. Hey, this is Brad. Do you copy?
I'm going to show you how things are looking in Tulsa right after we talk to Brad. We got to talk to Brad. How you doing, Brad? We're live on YouTube. Where you at? What's up? What's going on?
Hey, man, it's good to be back. I'm headed up to Macon, Missouri right now. I'm on the northern fringe of that. I'm riding right on the warm front. I went with my gut today. All models and stuff were pointing towards the south, towards like the I-44 corridor and down in Oklahoma. I went with my gut today, and I'm playing the warm front up here. That storm west of Hale, that is the one that I'm going to right now. The AI program that I use that has had a good track record with me in the past is really honing in on that storm. And that appears to be right on the warm front. So it's still maturing right now. but that storm that's west of Hale has shown some signs of very, very weak rotation. But the atmosphere is relatively uncapped in this area, and it should be able to trail right on that warm front. And I'm seeing that the storm is continuously intensifying. So I'm probably the furthest north of anybody that is chasing today, but sometimes things just happen. We'll see.
All right, sounds good. Of course, we're following along, and we're waiting for you to call out, and if you have anything to show us. And everybody in the chat is wondering if you're going to be going east towards Ohio tomorrow, if we'll be able to have you with us tomorrow. What are your plans there?
Yes, sir. Right now, my plan tomorrow, that's another reason why I'm in Missouri. I wanted to put myself in a little bit better location to be able to get there tomorrow instead of having to drive all the way from Oklahoma and through Little Rock. I can drive through St. Louis again to get there. So I am chasing tomorrow, heading to Indiana and Ohio for what looks to be, you don't want to throw the word around, but it looks to be a tornado outbreak tomorrow. Today is a little bit more limited threat, still definitely a chance of significant tornadoes. But as far as the numerous significant tornadoes, I'm not sure about that. Tomorrow looks like a full-fledged outbreak, so I'm definitely not missing that one. I'll be heading that way. We're going to chase for, as long as there are storms and good storms like always. But yeah, tomorrow looks to be a big day, and we'll definitely be heading that way. Probably try to get to like Indianapolis tonight if I had to guess.
All right, so there you heard it. Brad Arnold is he's going to be there. And why does my overlay keep getting screwed up? You gotta be kidding me. Give me just a second, guys. Live production on the fly. As always. One day we'll get this figured out to where we don't have to worry about that. But for now, we'll do it live. So this is a live look at Brad Arnold, our farthest north storm chaser in Macon County, Missouri. He's going towards a storm that is popping up in Missouri along that warm front. We'll see what happens with it. Andy wants to talk to us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, good informational radar educational moment here for those watching and maybe following along on radar. Since we don't have a significant tornado threat yet, we are really waiting till sundown and the few hours that follow sundown for that to ramp up significantly. This area west
Ron,
of Albany
it is
is actually
Steve, have a
got
copy.
something that looks a little bit suspicious, sus, if you will. You can see the correlation coefficient is dropped in one specific area west of Albany, Texas, but it does not line up with a velocity signature. We look for that gate-to-gate velocity that shows us rotation. In fact, it's rather back in the hail core if we match up the scans of the radar. So it looks weird because it's all together, but that actually is lowered correlation coefficient due to hail. So large hail, the radar beams are going into the storm and bouncing every which direction off of these numerous hailstones, some of which may be melting as they fall out of the cloud. And that's producing what looks like a tornado debris signature, but it actually is hail. So a little bit of situational awareness, or a lot of situational awareness rather, is needed for covering an event like this, and especially in the radar analysis sense of things.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Heel, for really valuable information there. I see it all the time. A lot of you guys are getting radar apps and like diving into the velocity and the correlation coefficient for the first time after watching a stream like this. And once you learn what it is to look for, sometimes you see it everywhere, because, okay, I'm looking for an area of, decreased correlation. I see it. And but not every time is that exactly what we're looking for to try to see whether or not there's a tornado there. There's a lot of errors that can be made. It's not an easy thing. That's why the people at the National Weather Service are required to go to school for a long time. It's a very competitive job, and you know it's not an easy thing to do. But yeah, that is a good learning moment. Hopefully, if anybody did think there was something suspicious about that, first of all, good eye. Like that's the kind of thing that you do want to look for. But second of all, also know that that's not exactly that's not exactly what we're looking for. So I'm having a fight with this little thing on the bottom here. Okay. What in the world's going on here, son? That's fixed. That's fixed. Okay. All right. I won't have that fixed before tomorrow. But anyways, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings yet. We don't have any big tornado threat really yet. But we do have some crazy storms out there. We had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning not too long ago, and now it looks like we've got a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm going to go through all of those. And then we're going to go back and maybe touch on the forecast for tomorrow, or we'll go to chat and answer questions, whatever it is we need to do as we await the big part of this event, which will probably happen around sundown and a little farther east than where the storms are right now. All right, so Tuscola, Texas, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got 1 inch in diameter hail moving towards y'all. If you need reference, that's about quarter size, okay? And then Abilene, the big storm that was to your west has kind of let up a little bit. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like the biggest part of the storm is going to miss you. Just to your north, there was a 2.7 inch in diameter storm report for hail. Train spotter reported baseball-sized hail north of Lake Phantom. That storm is moving on towards Albany right now, and it's actually hitting Albany right now. Probably the largest part of the hail core is going through town, and we're probably getting some golf balls out there. 1 3/4 inch size hail moving through Albany right now. That's going to move up towards the Hubbard Creek Reservoir and Breckenridge before too long, and it might even intensify before it gets there. We got a pretty big storm up here to the south and west of Wichita Falls. That one's going to probably go towards Wichita Falls and become, or to the north and west of Wichita Falls up towards Vernon and become much larger in its approach. Can I get a confirmation? Can Chandra, can you hear me in the production room? Okay, are we having problems moving the chasers around? Can we get Ryan Scholl in the number 1 spot? Okay. Anyways, Ryan Scholl, one of our storm chasers, is in position to go towards that storm down there near Albany. So I want to make sure that he's in the slot that you can see above my head when we go back to these other views. So Breckenridge, get ready for that. Graham, get ready for that. And our sound, is our sound fixed? Hold on, give me just a sec. And so we are live on TikTok now. That's good. We're just trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. What's it looking like for Tennessee tomorrow? Tennessee tomorrow, Middle Tennessee especially, Nashville, that area, you are under a enhanced risk of severe weather, 10% hatch risk of tornadoes. It's going to be a pretty active day as far as severe weather goes. However, the greatest tornado risk is far to your north in Tennessee. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes in Tennessee, but it's not going to be the epicenter of activity. But like we'll be live tomorrow and we'll be with you from the moment those storms pop up, and we'll be relaying warnings no matter what state they're in. So just make sure you're subscribed here and you have some other way of getting warnings. And people always ask me, like, what way are you talking about, Ryan? Like, how am I supposed to get warnings if you're not live? Well, the National Weather Service, they're the ones who issue the warnings, okay? You got to figure out a way to get in tune with your National Weather Service. They've got Twitter profiles, Facebook, and of course they've got a website, weather.gov. But the number one way, the number one way to get warnings is by having a NOAA weather radio. And I've been preaching about this every tornado season, okay? Thankfully, thousands of you guys have actually went and got yourself one. But these things right here, NOAA weather radio stations are like, if you have a house, you probably have a smoke detector, right? It's a required, actually. You're not allowed to have a house unless you have a smoke detector. So this is like that, but instead of detecting smoke, they detect severe weather. So you're going to get, if you're sound asleep at night and you get under a tornado warning, this thing's going to be loud. It's going to be annoying. It's going to wake you up just like a fire alarm would. And it's got a display on it that's going to tell you why it's waking up. And like a voice is going to come through and explain why it's waking you up. So, flash flooding, destructive severe thunderstorms, tornado warnings, all that stuff. You can program it to be as hyper local as you want it to be, as specific as you want it to be, especially the deluxe one here, the WR400. These things are a necessity. If you live in any of the places that are under a risk today or tomorrow, you need one of these. This is an important part of your household, in my opinion. Could literally save your life. And I think probably something like maybe 5 to 10% of households that need them actually have them. That's being generous.
Hey Ryan,
you need
Chris,
to know
do you
weather
have a
radio
copy?
if you want to, and that's in my opinion the best way to make sure you're always getting warned. They don't run on the internet. It runs off a radio signal from your local weather office. They don't need electricity. You put batteries in them. So like it's almost a foolproof way of making sure that you're going to get that warning whenever it comes through. And you can get them at Target. You can get them at Walmart, I think, or you can get them from my website. You don't have to. We would appreciate it though. We'll ship it to you from right here at the Weather House, shopryanhall.com. Right now, if you want to go get one of those. Andy, what's up?
Hey Ryan, I was just looking at the storm again near Albany, Texas. Looks a little bit suspicious now in terms of an actual tornado that may be very short-lived and or weak, hopefully impacting nothing but rural areas here just to the north and east. You can go back to that previous scan. If you just got the new one, you'll see a little bit of that vortex hole since it's so close to the radar, so close to the surface where we're scanning. We can actually see right where that circulation is in the clouds. I bet it looks pretty wicked from a storm chaser perspective. So not sure if that did produce anything, but it does look like it at least is trying to. So if that does get a tornado warning for eastern Shackleford County and into western Stevens County in Texas, that would be the reason why.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. So that's something to take note of. We're already seeing some attempts from the storm to become tornadic. So that might be a problem as this goes up farther to the north and east. Breckenridge, get ready. We've got a big storm coming now. It has the tendency to potentially try to produce a tornado. And I haven't forgot about Chris. I heard his voice. I don't know. What did he say?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Oh, yeah. Chris, sorry for the delay. We've got you. What's up, man?
Hey, it's all good. I just didn't know if you heard me or not. I'm doing the Zello radio. We finally got the car back. We are on our way east on I-70. Just spotted out a storm that's really trying to get going to the southwest of New Florence, Missouri, just to the south of I-70. It is moving northeast. It is in the clear slot of this storm. It is completely clear down there where it's at. It is working with completely clear air. I think this might potentially be the storm that the HRRR was previously showing that was going to go over towards St. Louis in that area. So we're going to blast east on this one and see what this storm can do. And if it's not the storm, then we're going to wait around probably New Florence and see if those storms around Tulsa try to do anything. But as of now, we're going to New Florence to get in front of this developing storm. It's already up to 36,000 feet tops. So.
Okay, so that's Chris Hall and his plan out there, giving us a live feed from Missouri. We've got Brad Arnold and Chris Hall and Jordan Hall and Freddie McKinney. All those guys are in Missouri. Bob Pack is in Archer, Texas, and Ryan Scholl is in Texas. We don't have anybody in Oklahoma right now, but I'm sure we will by the time those storms get really up and going. Latest couple scans here on this storm in Texas continue to look pretty, interesting. We don't see anything quite like what we saw a few moments ago, but it's still there. We're still rotating here. We've got this little region of the storm that's kind of poking out from itself, allowing for some inflow in here. This is definitely an indication that the storm is at least trying to rotate, and as Andy was saying, this probably looks incredible from the ground point of view. Ryan Scholl should be getting close. He's currently, if you look at his stream right now, Ryan is on his way to that storm. The sky doesn't look very impressive because the blow off, the top of the storm here is currently over him, and it's just kind of overcast. Once he gets a little bit farther to the south, he should have a view at the base of the storm, the closer he gets to Graham there. Yeah, and I heard I heard Chris there. I wasn't ignoring him. We just had a lot of stuff to get through. And those guys know that. They, whenever they call through like that and they say you got a copy, the reason they do that is because they know I'm probably talking about something else, and like they're just like adding themselves to the queue. You know what I mean? Of like what, So it's all good. If Chris ever needs me, like it's an emergency, he knows how to let me know about that. And what he just did was not that. So it's all good. Another thing I want to mention real quick is if you see anything newsworthy or if you have any pictures or videos you'd like to share with me, the best way to do that is going to be over there on Twitter or X. Ryan Hall, y'all, is my call sign or handle, whatever you want to call it, on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all. Give me a follow over there. I'm also retweeting all of the watches and stuff like that as they come out. So it could be a pretty good resource for you if you want to keep up with what's going on here at an even higher level. And once again, if you see anything that you think I should see, just tag me in it. And if you have any, if you've got a picture of a hail ball that you've went out there safely after the storms passed and got, and you want to send it to me, you can send it to me there. Make sure you tag me and also your local weather forecast office. Currently got our eye on a big, nasty storm down here in Texas. Currently bringing about inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving over there towards Hubbard Creek Reservoir. There's a small rotating part of the storm down here along Highway 180, and we're keeping an eye on that. Nothing tornadic just yet. Let's go check back in on our storms a little bit farther to the north in Oklahoma as well. These were blowing up big time not too long ago, and they're still doing that. Wow. 2.5 inch in diameter hail currently moving up towards Caney and Deering and Coffeyville in Kansas. This is a huge storm, y'all. This one's also trying to rotate a little bit. But definitely the main threat with this storm is going to be the hail. 2.5 inch in diameter hail. Close to tennis ball size hail there moving into Coffeyville. get rid of. That's definitely the biggest supercell that we have right now. Let's see. Do we have? Is anybody on that one? Let's see. Trying to see if there's a storm chaser near that. It looks like there is. Chandra, if you can hear me, Colby Ward from LSM might be a good one to try to use there, so we can get a view of this storm going into near Copen, Oklahoma, I think. Yeah. So Chandra, just give me a thumbs up in our channel if you heard that. John, thank you so much for the super chat. It says watching from Tulsa. What is the name of the color table you use in your radar app? I don't know the name of it, to be honest. To be completely honest with you, but I do know that file, that information, is somewhere in our Discord server. So somebody there can help you. If you want to join our Discord server, it links in the description, and our mods will put a link to it in the chat. Lots of weather enthusiasts in there that'll be able to help you out. I think it might be Viper HD. Jordan says our local news is saying 4 out of 5 in the Cincinnati and Dayton metro area for tomorrow. Would love to hear your thoughts. I absolutely agree. That's the current risk analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got a moderate risk, which is a 4 out of 5 on that scale, for significant severe weather, hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. All of South Central Ohio is under the gun for potentially a big-time severe weather event, maybe even a tornado outbreak tomorrow. All right, we've got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's go inspect that, if we can find it. Shackelford County, Texas, is under a destructive severe. Let me see if I can find that. And Chandra, give me a ping in our channel whenever we get the name overlay changed. I know it takes a second for Colby. The overlay is changed. It's not on my end. Yeah, it hasn't updated yet. The severe thunderstorm warning is apparently the one near Abilene, or to the north of that. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a weird update. So this is the storm that just got the update to the destructive severe. And by the way, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 3-inch in diameter hail. That's moving over towards Breckenridge. So essentially, Breckenridge, Hubbard Creek Reservoir. Prepare for a big-time storm to come through, okay? It's going to be nasty. I want to wait until we see what they do with this other warning polygon here, if they upgrade it as well, to really talk too much about the specifics here. But a big storm is moving towards Breckenridge, Texas. Get ready for that. Okay, and we've got a storm chaser through Live Storms Media named Colby Ward in Copan, Oklahoma. He's on a really big storm up here that is causing some problems as it moves up towards Texas. And Chandra, if you want to pull up the LSM site to keep up with his location, I would recommend doing that and updating it at least every 5 minutes. Because he's probably following this up north towards Caney and Tyro. Yeah, let's put him in one. We've got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. This one's going to be for that storm. So this is the storm that old Colby's on. Coffeyville, Liberty, and Deering, Kansas. You're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds, a tornado possible, and baseballs. Okay, it's no joke. Not an April Fool's joke. This is real stuff. Baseball-sized hail blowing around, possibly at 70 miles per hour, is going to cause damage in places like Deering and Coffeyville and Avian in Kansas. This is probably quite a bit more of a populated area that this is about to hit. If you know anybody out here, you got to let them know to treat this as if it's a tornado warning. Hopefully the tornado sirens are going off in town down here because we need people to take shelter just as if it's a tornado, because this can be just as dangerous. We've got, what do we got here? Yeah, 23,000 people, I think, in that warning. And baseballs, hundreds of baseballs a second, 70 mile per hour. That's going to cause significant damage, obviously, to vehicles and things like that, but possibly even to roofs, certainly windows. And so we've got to make sure people are aware that that's heading their way. And as you can see above my head, this is a live view of the front of that storm from Colby Ward. He's not in the hail core. He's way out in front of it. Hopefully he's going to turn around and give us a view of it here in a moment as he gets in front of it. This storm is also rotating. That's why the National Weather Service put that tornado possible tag on it. So get ready for that if you're in Coffeyville, Kansas. Oh, are the warnings too loud whenever they pop up? Or are we good? Let's see here. Professional says, my birthday's today. He says, I'm hoping one of my presents is a tornado in nothing but open grasslands and fields. I agree. That would be the optimal situation here. Ellie, thank you for becoming a member. Freddie, thanks for becoming a high risker. You guys are being so supportive. Thank you. What are your thoughts on what's going to happen tonight in Jefferson City, Missouri? This is from Cameron. Thanks for what you do, Mr. Hall. Tonight in Missouri, it is going to be a pretty sticky situation. We're going to have some severe weather. The tornado threat's there, the hail threat's there, the wind threat's there. The only thing that's not there is our ability to currently tell you exactly what's going to happen, and that will come with nowcasting as we follow these storms towards your location. We're not talking about you right now, but we will be. In fact, these storms right here that we're talking about in Kansas right now are the ones that will probably come up towards you later and cause problems up there. We're following them all the way till they get to you. Currently have two destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, guys. and we'll probably have a bunch of those today. And remember, if you end up under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, I would treat it as if it was a tornado warning. Andy, go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, with both of those destructive severe warnings, I want to talk about each of them. The one in Texas that's entering where Breckenridge, Texas is, that one produced an 88-mile-an-hour wind gust. And I believe that was in the rear flank downdraft of the storm. So all that cold, rain-cooled air is coming off the backside of the storm and is accelerating around back and into the inflow of the storm and causing a bit of a circulation there that hasn't produced a tornado yet, but it has produced nearly 90-mile-an-hour winds, which is like a fastball. And if you can imagine that, hail is being tossed like fastballs in the storm, then we need to, reiterate that you should probably be staying away from windows in your house as you treat the severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. The same thing I think is ongoing west of Coffeyville. It does look like Coffeyville may escape just the worst of it, but looks can be deceiving on radar. The entire rear flank of this supercell in Coffeyville, Kansas, is also loaded with hail, and we could see that on the correlation coefficient from the Tulsa, Oklahoma radar. All of those lowered CC values are coming down with that rear flank of the storm into the hook part of the storm, and that tells me that there is wind-driven hail aplenty with this storm. And in fact, there is a damage report back from Caney, Kansas, that windows have been blown out by this wind-driven hail, these fastballs, essentially. So treat this warning very seriously. We have reports and radar evidence that your windows will probably be blown out by wind-driven hail if you're in the worst of it.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update there. We've got two big storms that we're keeping an eye on here, and this is a live view from Colby of the one in Kansas now. He's near Coffeyville. If we can update his location, he's got to be probably near South Coffeyville right now. But just look at how ominous the skies are there. And then I believe what you're seeing there on the right side of your screen is the hail core seemingly approaching him there near Coffeyville. And then on the left side, underneath the dark clouds, is likely clear sky. But the darkness is so prevalent at his location that the camera can't handle the exposure differences. So it's just blowing it out. Yeah, big time storm headed towards Coffeyville and Liberty and Avian, Kansas. So make sure you guys are sheltering. Once again, treat it as if it's a tornado warning. It's going to be nasty as it moves in. The lights behind me, they'll change if Andy wants to talk to me. They'll change green. If Elijah ends up having some news for us, they'll turn orange.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We're moving on east. That storm is undergoing some mergers. New tornado watch was just issued for eastern Missouri into Illinois, almost actually all the way to the Indiana state line. It does include a couple of strong tornadoes possible. So,
okay. All right, so now a lot of Missouri is getting in on the action, and more towards the eastern side. We'll take a look at that watch here in a moment. But just to continue to give you guys some information about the lights, they turn green for Andy, orange for news with Elijah. Every once in a while they'll turn purple. We'll hear from either Chandra or Riley when that happens. And whenever they flash yellow, that means there's a new considerable or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. When they flash red,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado warning that has a confirmed tag, or it's a PDS, or it's a tornado emergency kind of warning. So those are just a little extra visual cues for people to keep up with what's going on, because sometimes there's so many things happening at one time. We need that. And the lights are orange now, so that means we do have something from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have a report that just came in near Albany, Texas, a report that a roof was blown off a house.
Okay. All right, and that comes from Albany, Texas, and thank you so much, Elijah. Guys, we'll be hearing from Elijah a lot over the next little bit too. He's been awesome in our Discord server over the past, I don't know how long he's been around, but he's always got all the latest information, and now he's with us during the live streams, keeping up with everything and helping us deliver that information to you. Because I know the way it works is, a town's getting ready to get hit by a storm or a tornado or something. We get all these people in here trying to figure out what's going on with that. It hits the town, and then the storm moves on. So that means that I have to move on. But Elijah's going to help me periodically go back and check in on some of these places to let you guys know, and that we're not just leaving you in the dark about what happened in each of these locations as the storms move on. And he does he's going to do a great job with it. So welcome, Elijah, to the on-air team here, as we will hear from him multiple times, I believe, throughout the rest of this stream, as lots of damage reports and probably other kinds of information will be coming out pretty frequently as we go later into the evening. All right, so let's take a look at that tornado watch. Wow, yeah. Look at this. New tornado watch includes Jefferson City, St. Louis, Springfield, Effingham. It includes a lot of the I-70 corridor there, I-72, I-57. A couple of strong tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to a tennis ball size likely. And scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. So the warnings are too loud still, right? All right, I'm going to turn them down a little bit. Let me know if that changes, or if that's better this time. I don't want to trigger a test just because it might confuse some people, but we'll get another warning here soon. Just let me know if that's any better. It should be loud, yeah. It should, like, that's kind of the point. We want to make sure it is at least a little loud. It should be louder than me. It should be louder than me. I want to make that clear. A lot of people put us up on the TV and they leave us in the background as they go wash dishes or whatever it is. We want to make sure that every warning is heard very well. So it kind of draws the attention back here to see if there's something that's relevant to your location. But if it's annoyingly loud, I do want to fix it. Yeah, we currently have 0 tornado warnings. Yep, Colby is still over there towards Coffeyville, and he's about to give us another view. I think he's about to turn around and give us another view of this storm, which still has the destructive severe thunderstorm warning on it as it approaches Liberty, Avian, and eventually up there towards Mound Valley and Penfield, Kansas. Storm up here north of Breckenridge is starting to get really strong. 70-mile-per-hour winds are about to move into the areas just north of Breckenridge, Texas. I expect this to get much stronger as it approaches Graham and Mineral Wells. You all get ready for that. These storms are also making a beeline for the DFW. Okay? So you guys get prepared for that as well. I don't know what that means. I don't know exactly what kind of threats we will be experiencing at that point, but almost certainly hail and wind are going to be a problem, so get ready for that. How's the southern Illinois area looking? I think, yeah, that's one of the areas that just got issued a new watch. So you guys are under a tornado watch, I believe, until 12 a.m. Central. So stay with me. Right now, there's not a lot happening in Illinois. In fact, it's incredibly rainy. You know, this was for the most part what was expected. But I think the overcast and the rain is a little bit more prevalent than maybe what some of the models were projecting, which might help tone things down a little bit in this part of the world. But with a storm like this, there's still going to be big storms that form, and there's still going to be the very real risk of tornadoes. So that's why we have that tornado risk or tornado watch in place. Okay, I need to stand up. Hopefully, I haven't done this in a while, so hopefully nothing falls off. We're good. Oh, yeah, this feels good. Okay. So if you're just now tuning in, we are covering a pretty big severe
A new
weather outbreak
PDS
that's
severe
ongoing right now.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, there we go, guys. That was a new warning. What do you think? Is that too loud still? What do you think? Come on, let me know. Because I turned it down. But maybe I didn't turn it down enough. I don't know. Sounds good. Perfect. Okay. The first two I saw was sounds good and perfect. So that's what I'm going with. If you're just now tuning in, we're covering a massive severe weather outbreak that's still in the very early stages. We're about to see things really light up here in Illinois and Missouri, but we're already seeing it very well lit up. In Kansas, southeast Kansas in particular, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm producing baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds moving over towards Mound Valley and Altamont and Oswego. And that's going to continue to move up towards Missouri. Eventually, this storm and the others around it will be the ones that try to produce tornadoes, especially once we get towards sundown. Okay, when the sun starts going down, the tornado threat starts going up tonight. Okay, we started early today because we wanted to talk. We wanted to make sure we could talk about tomorrow's forecast, and we wanted to make sure we could cover these hailstorms because we're talking. I mean, some of these hailstorms are going to lead to millions of dollars in damage, more than likely, and we want to make sure everybody knows what to expect with that and where the biggest hail cores are going. Right now, a damaging hail core once again is moving towards Mound Valley, Kansas, and we got another one down here moving up towards Cisco and Eastland in Texas. Okay, so you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning over there along I-20 from Cisco, Eastland, Ranger to Strawn in Texas. Get ready for the big hail and wind with that. Storms firing all the way back towards San Angelo as well. Big storm going on right now in San Angelo. Severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way up to Ballinger, Texas. And there's no shortage of severe weather out here. The only shortage, I guess you could say that we have is tornado warnings. We haven't had a single tornado warning yet, despite the fact that this storm here, the one that went close to Abilene earlier, did look pretty suspicious. It looked like it tried to produce a tornado, or at least it might have actually produced a tornado very briefly at some point. So these storms are rotating, and they have the ability to produce tornadoes. They're just not quite there yet. Back here behind this storm, we've got a couple hundred people without power near Sweetwater. We've also got a lot of damage reports behind these storms as well. So these are definitely producing wind, and they're moving right towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So you guys stay tuned. We're going to walk you through this as that gets close to you. couple of counties with a couple hundred people without power up there. Starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings break out farther north as well. Right up here northwest of Ottawa, Kansas, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 1/4 inch hail. The wind's not going to be too crazy with that one near Centropolis. But look at these cells. Look at that one. Look at that one. Look at that one. These we've got to watch very closely as they move towards St. Louis. A lot of the models were showing this earlier, and this is one of the areas that we're concerned about with the real potential for tornadic activity a little bit later, okay? Adam Smith, thank you for the very generous $50 super chat. He says, appreciate Ryan and everything the Y'all Squad does. Adam, thank you. Lucy, thank you for the 10. Ryan, thank you for all the great coverage. Dana, thank you. You guys, seriously, you don't have to do this, but we really do appreciate all the support. Tammy Turner has been a member for 5 months, says, thanks for everything you do and keeping us safe. Yes, what we're trying to do. We've got a lot of people are involved in this. You wouldn't believe it. But, we're doing everything we can to try to make sure that people are aware of what's going on out here. Our goal is to reach the people that normally wouldn't watch the news, normally wouldn't, pay attention to the Storm Prediction Center, and I think so far we've done a really good job with that. So we're just doubling down on the methods that have worked in the past, and we're just trying to give you real, raw, information as it comes out. No producer, no fancy glitter, glam, anything like that. And I really appreciate you all for trusting us and giving us a dream job for a lot of us that are involved here. This is something that we've always wanted to do, so especially me. So thank you for that. Once again, no tornado warning or anything like that right now. We're just really watching these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got that one destructive severe thunderstorm warning up there in Kansas. But I expect that these are going to start rotating a lot more here very soon. And if anybody is I see every time I look over at the chat, people are wondering about Ohio. Understandably so. I know that's probably the talk of the town in every Ohio town right now about what's about to happen tomorrow. I already went over the forecast. If you want to scroll back on the YouTube stream, if you want to scroll back a little bit, you can watch where I talked about it a little bit more in depth. But just long story short, we are going to be here with you again tomorrow because we've got a very real chance of some significant severe weather tomorrow in Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, maybe even all the way down there towards Alabama. And this threat, today the threat is mostly driven by very large hail, right? The tornado threat's a little bit more limited. It's going to happen. There will be some tornadoes tonight. There's going to be lots of tornado warnings. But the real tornado threat, I think, is going to be tomorrow. In fact, it could be a tornado outbreak that we experience tomorrow over here in Ohio and portions of northern Kentucky. All right. So that's what's going on there. We've got a day 2 moderate risk, enhanced risk. It goes all the way down to Alabama. That's the orange. And here is the tornado probabilities there. Very rare, 15% hatched risk of tornadoes in Ohio. That's all I can tell you right now. The forecast looks pretty concerning tomorrow. Make arrangements to your plans, whatever you need to do today, and then tomorrow morning, and from the time we start the stream tomorrow, that's when we can really nail down, like, okay, here's what time it's going to get to this city, or here's what you need to do in this county. I can't tell you that right now. There's people in the chat being like, what do you think about 374 Elm Street, Pikeville, Ohio? I don't know. Like, nobody knows that. So just know generally forecast looks bad tomorrow. Gonna be some bad weather. Tune in tomorrow. Doesn't even have to be me. You probably got a favorite weather dude on TV down there in Ohio. Tune into him and me, whatever you want to do, and just do what you need to do tomorrow. All right. Today. My advice today would be to just pretend like it's a worst case scenario. Pretend like there's definitely going to be a tornado that comes for you tomorrow, and prepare accordingly. What would you do if you had 24 hours notice? And then do that. And if you don't get a tornado, then great. You didn't lose anything, except you were prepared just in case. So that's what's going on there. Big time severe weather risk tomorrow in Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. This is the simulated radar. Latest HRRR run there. Let me pull that up again. There it was. Bottom right branding. There we go. Okay, so this is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. It's not exact, but this is, the storms today will continue to cause problems. They'll kind of go linear and ride the warm front along the Ohio Valley tonight. Another thing that I want to mention is, especially in the Ohio River Valley, there's going to be quite the flash flood threat.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We're heading east. We're going to get around Warrenton. The storm is actually looking very impressive on radar. It's undergone the successful mergers. It is now showing sort of a hook appendature. It does have a hell core, and it is starting to show some bit of rotation. So we're going to get in front of that and see what it'll do.
Okay. All right. So that's Chris's plan. We're going to keep up with him. But the convection along the warm front will die off tomorrow, allowing for the sun to come out and for the atmosphere to recover during the afternoon. In Indiana and Ohio and Kentucky, this will allow for new storms and supercells to form. If it happens like this, if it happens as the HRRR is depicting it will, and it likely won't, it'll probably be a little different, right? The HRRR is not a magic crystal ball. It's not a perfect simulator of weather conditions, but it's about the best we got. So if it does happen like this, or even close to this, it will be a very significant severe weather situation with the probability for multiple long track violent tornadoes. It's the kind of day where there's going to be a lot of tornadoes. That's what it looks like right now. So that's all I want to say. I don't want to get too. We can zoom in and you can be like, okay, this supercell is going to be in Columbus at this time, blah blah blah. But it's pointless to do that right now because it'll change. That will change a lot before we get to tomorrow. In fact, the remnants of the storms that are going on right now in Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas will determine a lot about the timing and placement of these storms tomorrow. So we won't even know really until day breaks tomorrow. So we'll just make sure you tune it in here and we will keep you updated as much as possible on that. Another thing is the snow, man. Look at that. Big, heavy snow up there in Wisconsin and around the Great Lakes, northern Michigan, the UP of Michigan, getting intermittent blizzard conditions while some places are experiencing tornadic activity just not even very far away. Like this is a small distance here between the supercells and the heavy snow. And that just shows you the power and how dynamic the storm system is. Severe weather threat is going to progress east. It's going to be in a much smaller area on Wednesday. I think the best chance for tornadic activity is going to be somewhere over here near the Delmarva, down towards portions of Virginia and North Carolina. General thunderstorm risk, hail, wind, and all that stuff's possible. Plumb down to South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida as well. But any leftover energy that's capable of producing a tornado will be probably pretty focused in this one area over here. We'll get to that when we get to it, though. I don't want to look too far past tomorrow too precisely. American football. Wow. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Everybody say thank you to American football. That's super awesome, super generous. If you are a member of this channel, you get access to our members only live stream that we're going to do during the great solar eclipse coming up. I'm super excited about that. We're going to drive out there to the Path of Totality and we're going to live stream it from our little vantage point here, probably in Southern Illinois, to members only. And we'll have some fun doing that. So congratulations to all the new members and thank you to the very generous people who have been doing gifted memberships. I saw somebody else do a few as well. I'm sorry if I missed your name. That's big, though. 20 gifted is a lot. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Eastland, Palo, and Stevens counties in Texas. And I do want to say hi to everybody that's watching on TikTok. We're trying out streaming over there as well because we've got almost 2 million followers on TikTok, and we never use it. So we're just trying to, just trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. We're live on TikTok and YouTube right now. Thanks to everybody for stopping by. Tornado threat's going to kick up after sundown. Right now, the big deal is hail. Ooh, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. Wait, what? Look at that. Oh, I bet Andy's going to want to talk about this one. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning way back here in the panhandle of Texas. And, just looking at that, you wouldn't think that would be a severe thunderstorm. But if I'm not mistaken, this is likely being warned for the winds just associated with the kind of dropping down of some of those low-level winds that are coming in towards Mobeetie, Wheeler, over there towards Raiden. Not a thunderstorm in the typical sense, but winds over 60 miles per hour possible over here. That's this kind of thing is something that you don't see unless it's a very, very strong storm. A non-cellular severe thunderstorm warning. No linear segments, nothing. Just a little blob of rain. Checking back in on our storm over here in Kansas, it no longer carries a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but we've still got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and the rotation in there it's still looking pretty impressive. It's not anything to, it's not going to produce a tornado warning anytime soon, but it's rotating, and it's continuing to drop very large hail, possibly still close to 2 inches in diameter, moving up towards Parsons. So get ready for that. Checking in on our cells that have been popping up around Jefferson City. Yeah, these are all rotating. These are rotating very nicely. So we'll see what happens with those as they approach St. Louis. Lights are green. Means it's time to talk to Andy. Let's go, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'll talk about that severe thunderstorm warning a little bit more in depth. Specifically, the warning, its wording says the shower is producing virga, which is rain that evaporates before it reaches the surface because it is working to saturate the layer of air between the surface and the base of the cloud. Until that's saturated, the rain evaporates right before your eyes, and because of that, we know that the air is dry and light, and that results in air being able to move very efficiently, especially if driven by an overhead shower, which is causing a bunch of descending air to hit the ground at once. So this severe thunderstorm warning is a virga. A severe virga warning, I suppose, for those damaging winds that are coming from the shower and traveling through very light dry air that's currently being saturated. Once the rain starts reaching the surface there, I think the winds will calm down a little bit, but they'll still be pretty gusty.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill, always with the incredible information about some of these crazy phenomena that happen during big time storms like this. We've got some more traditional severe thunderstorm warnings farther to the south and east. And we're going to go over those one at a time here, and then we'll do it all over again as we await the more significant severe weather threat to unfold later this evening. San Angelo, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the biggest part of that storm is well off to your east now, moving towards Paint Rock. 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible with that storm. Eastland, the I-20 corridor between Eastland and Ranger and Strawn in Texas, also get ready for some 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds and maybe even 2-inch in diameter hail. We've got a very strong storm south of Graham moving towards Grafford, Texas. That's got 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5 inches hail. That's pretty much what we've got going on in Texas. All of those storms are going in the general direction of Dallas-Fort Worth. So y'all get ready for that. Big storm getting ready to cross the Red River here near Vernon, Texas, and it's going to go up towards Mount Park Snyder in Oklahoma. This has got 2-inch in diameter hail with it right now. It's probably going to maintain that as it goes up towards Tipton and Manto in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, nothing really, not a lot going on right now. You are under the big hail risk. In fact, the big hail risk today so far hasn't seen any hail really. On the northern extent, we've had a little bit there with the first part of those storms that popped up that are now in Kansas. But we'll see what happens as these storms down here to the south continue to kind of slowly wander up into this area. We expect them to get stronger as time goes on. And then we've got that huge, considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here for Oswego, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Frontenac, Girard, Kansas. Y'all get ready for a seriously strong storm as this one moves towards you. It continues to develop a more and more organized mesocyclone. Every time I check on it, it's nowhere near a tornado warning yet, but it's trying to do something. So we're watching that one very closely. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning near St. Louis now. One of these little cells that was popping up that we were talking about earlier is now producing inch in diameter hail and about, what do we got here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is the first of many storms that will probably try to move into the greater St. Louis area right now. And this one looks mean. On as far as reflectivity goes, it's got a base. This is probably going to try to rotate here soon. It's not doing anything too significant just yet, but we're watching it very closely. And then all plumb over here in Kentucky and Ohio, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning along the warm front. We've got a nice little storm moving down between Georgetown and Ripley, right along the Ohio River there in Kentucky and Ohio. 1.5 inches in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to continue to be the case as it goes all the way down towards Maysville and Manchester. We're going to see little complexes of thunderstorms like this pop up over and over again in this general area tonight. And that's one of the reasons why we have the flash flooding risk as well. Unfortunately, my weather camera is broke. Of course, it's down today for some reason. We would be able to kind of inspect some of these little storms that are popping up over here in the Appalachian Mountains, but it's worked flawlessly for the past 2 weeks and with zero downtime. And then right before we started the stream, boop, it's gone. So we'll hopefully have that back tomorrow because, well, we do obviously expect some pretty significant severe weather in my neck of the woods here tomorrow. And we've got a pretty good vantage point here at the Weather House on top of a mountain about a little over 1,000 foot in elevation, looking over a valley that points west. So anything that's coming, we can see it coming from usually 50 to 100 miles away. Looks like we're trying to get some stuff worked out with our storm chasers there. Ryan Scholl it looks like he's in a bad storm, but we are not getting a good signal from him. He is in a very bad storm. Where is he at? Look at this. So you see the frozen frame up there from Ryan. He is in the core of this storm right here. Look at that. So he probably was experiencing some very large hail, obviously some very heavy rain there near Ivan in Texas, Ryan Scholl. Black J, thank you for becoming a member. Carbonite, thank you for the very generous contribution there. Thank you for keeping my worry a bit more at bay. A mom from Maryland, and I've got an older child in Kentucky. No problem. I'm glad we could help. Brandon says verified reports of a 12-inch pizza in the oven near the St. Louis area. Thanks for all that you do with the Y'all Squad and the live storm coverage. Of course, thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much. And Debbie Moore. Wow, guys, thank you so much once again for the very, very generous $49.99 super chat. Thank you all for doing that. If it wasn't for you guys, we'd have to run commercials like them people on TV, and we don't want to do that. And we haven't. We don't. I don't think we'll ever have to. Thanks to people like you. Seriously, thank you so much. Man, that storm that's coming up towards Grafford and Mineral Wells in Texas is looking pretty nasty. From what I can tell, these storms will probably be pretty mature by the time they make it to Fort Worth and Dallas. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when they get there. Yeah, the storm just to the west of St. Louis continues to grab my attention here. I'm continuously checking in on it. Not a lot of rotation when you look at the velocity, but it's definitely getting stronger. Lots of lightning on the forward side of the storm moving towards New Haven. Definitely some pretty large hail as well. In fact, just got an update on that warning. 1 3/4 inch size hail moving into the New Haven area right now. And my goodness, another super huge shout out to Garrett Steenblick. I'm sorry if I've said that wrong. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. He says the trucking community loves you. All the drivers I have mentioned into trucking as a fleet owner know your name. Thanks for keeping us weather aware in the winter and spring. Garrett, no problem. Once again, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much. I'm glad we can help. I've heard the same thing from, anytime I stop at a gas station, just about anywhere. And that's a beautiful, wonderful thing. I understand that what we do, especially with the updates, even just on the extra channel, I think are really valuable to anybody who is traveling across the country, because we take a look at the forecast for the whole country. I'm glad we can do that. I'm glad we can help. And seriously, thank you so much. We love the truckers. Also, we're showing a lot of love, obviously, to the people on YouTube who are supporting, but I want to say thank you to Redbird, TSP, AZTIK, I'm sorry, I don't know what that spells, and Jennifer on TikTok, which apparently I don't currently have TikTok up in front of me. I'll work on that for the next stream, but apparently people are being supportive over there as well. We really do appreciate it. If you're new here, if you're wondering what in the world's going on, what we're doing here is live severe weather coverage of a severe weather outbreak that's going on from Kentucky to Missouri to Kansas to Oklahoma to Texas, and it's going to be moving into Arkansas, Illinois, and Indiana later. Basically, we're just going to be here all night talking about the weather, relaying warnings as they come in, talking about these big hail storms that are moving into the area. And eventually, I do believe we're going to be talking about some tornadoes as well. There's a tornado threat tonight. So make sure, if you know anybody out in front of these storms, if you know anybody in the risk areas, share the link to this stream with them. And we're going to be here commercial free, just nonstop, talking about that as the situation unfolds. Another thing that we're going to be doing a lot today is intermittently mentioning and updating you on any changes that may have occurred in the forecast for tomorrow. So far, no big changes. We've already talked about what's expected, but we are going to be right back here tomorrow on the channel with a live stream of maybe even a more impactful severe weather situation in the Ohio Valley. This same storm is going to be moving over in that direction tonight. And tomorrow, right now, it looks like it has the potential to be a big tornado maker, damaging winds, hail, and all that stuff in Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee especially. So make sure you're subscribed or you're following if you want to also be here for that. Garrett says, you can't pronounce any town name right, but you got my name right. Yeah, I'm a little bit better with names, I feel like. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah. Another thing, if you're new here, I very often will pronounce your town name wrong. It's difficult trying to do every day. I'm talking about the weather in a different region. And every region pronounces their town differently. If it's Coffeeville in one place, it's Caféville in another place. It's Coffeeville in another place. It's impossible to get it right 100% of the times, but I try my best. As long as you know generally what I'm talking about, that's the whole purpose. And sometimes I just don't know how to say it, if it's a unique name. No tornadoes yet. Today, if you live in the Ohio Valley, or if you live anywhere in front of these storms that are still forming as they move over towards portions of Missouri. In fact, there's a big one moving into St. Louis, the western side right now. Today is the day to really get your act together and get your tornado action plans in place. And for those of you who have friends and family in the areas, maybe you're not specifically in an affected area, but you know somebody who is, you need to share with them and explain to them the severity of the situation, especially tomorrow.
Hey, Ryan, you have a copy one more time?
And what you just heard was a live transmission from one of our storm chasers. His name is Chris Hall. Let's hear from him. What's up, Chris?
Hey, man, we're still east on 70. We're coming up on O'Fallon, just outside of St. Louis. We're going to get a view of this. I'm going to actually try to get through St. Louis because I just realized it's rush hour in St. Louis. But that also brings me to the point of this storm that is to the west of St. Louis is trying to take a hard right turn. I don't know if you can loop that and see that, and it's also trying to maybe merge with some stuff just to the south of it. That may be a saving grace, and it may not be for the St. Louis Metro, but this very well may be a pretty costly storm for the St. Louis Metro if it keeps strengthening in hail size.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris is getting awfully close. to that storm there that we're tracking as it goes into St. Louis. And like he said, it looks like over the past little bit, it's the big part of it, the part that's producing hail, is looking like it's trying to aim more towards the downtown area. So certainly Wentzville, O'Fallon, St. Charles, and Chesterfield, you guys need to be ready for a potentially big hailstorm here soon, but maybe even a little bit farther south, and even towards the downtown St. Louis area needs to be getting ready for the potential for a lot of big hail. Now, this guy knows how to watch the weather. Matt says, first of all, he says, do you think there could be a high risk tomorrow? And he says, watching from West Virginia, and he just includes this picture of a magnificent battle station, whatever you want to call this. And is that a model of the Titanic up there? That's so cool. That's huge. Anyways, as far as whether or not there's going to be a high risk tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know. That's something I don't even think the people at the Storm Prediction Center have thought about that yet. That's something that will be discussed tomorrow morning when we understand more about like what is happening with the leftover convection from today, and the latest soundings and all that stuff. It would just be I'd be talking out my butt pretty much if I was to tell you what I thought about there being a high risk tomorrow. I have no idea, and neither does anybody else. But there is a high ceiling for the severity of which tomorrow could be. So definitely pay attention to it as if that was possible. And when it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We've already got a moderate risk, which is just a step below a high risk. And that is concerning enough in itself. A big time storm also moving up towards Jefferson City, Missouri. Get ready for at least some quarter-sized hail over there in Jefferson City. That's also going to hit Russellville, Wardsville, and places like that. Super huge shout out to Dutch. Dutch has a plan. Everybody say thank you to him. He says, I lived around Mayfield, Kentucky all my life, and I found your channel on December 10th, a little over 2 years ago. I've been watching ever since, and it's inspired me to start learning how to read radar and learn more about our weather. Thanks for all you do, Ryan. Dutch, thank you for that very kind message and the support. I'm glad that you found me, and I'm glad that you've started learning about this very fascinating. If you get into like wanting to learn about reading the radar and forecast models and stuff, you've got a lifetime of exciting things ahead of you. You'll never learn everything, and every day you learn something new, and it's just it's an incredible science. It's an incredible interest. It's just amazing. So hats off to you, and thanks for being here. I'm glad to have you here. Ginger gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. Xylem says, hey, Ryan, speaking of the storm near St. Louis, I live in Lake St. Louis, and I'm just about half a mile south and west of Wentzville. Is the main part of the storm going to go south of me? It looks like the main part of the storm might go to the south of you, but it's expanding. So like a good part of the storm, a pretty decent intense part of the storm is probably going to go over your area. I would go ahead and start making sure I'm indoors and protected from the potential hail and all that stuff. Harry West. Wow, Harry West, thank you. Everybody say thank you to Harry. He says, thanks for the update on the Y'all Squad activities. Good job. Michigan, A-OK. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, we've got a new video up on the Y'all Squad channel if you guys want to see some of the stuff that we did in Ohio after the most recent tornado outbreak. Unfortunately, the last one was in Ohio. David, thanks for becoming a high risker. Thanks to you guys, we were able to go down there and just ask people what they needed and then write checks pretty much. We gave out tens of thousands of dollars to people who were in that gap between insurance and federal assistance. They had nothing, and they needed something, and nobody was willing to give it to them or able to give it to them without a bunch of red tape, other than us, because we've set ourselves up to do that so uniquely. Let's see. Go back to the multi-view here. We got a pretty interesting looking storm on Ryan Scholl's camera there. I believe that's the one that just hit him. And now he's going back after it in the other direction. We've got a lot of storm chasers in Missouri. So once things start really popping off in Missouri, I'm sure we're going to switch most of our guys back to the ones that were originally in Missouri. Right now, though, some of the bigger storms are in Texas. Eastland, Ranger, Strawn, Texas. Get ready for some big hail, 2 inches in diameter. Same thing for you guys in Carbon, Rising Star, and Gorman. Also, wow. Jack County, Texas, Panto, Parker, and Young County, Texas, you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. This is getting very close to the northern side of the Fort Worth area. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And once again, for the third or fourth time today, an actual risk of baseball-sized ice balls falling from the sky at 70 miles per hour. Bunch of fastballs, hundreds per second, diving towards the ground, damaging roofs, cars, windows. So take shelter as if it was a tornado warning in Grafford, Salesville, Whit, Perrin, Gibtown, Westbrook, and Advance in Texas. That's a big, nasty storm. We've got a 3-3 split on our storm chaser coverage. We've got 3 on the short wave, 3 on the warm front. So once again, if anything was to happen, if we started to see any signs of a danger noodle within any aspect, any part of this storm, you should be able to see it here first with our all-star lineup of storm chasers here. Untamable says, my family was outside grilling chicken during that last storm in Ohio. Thanks to your stream, I was able to convince them to go inside a minute before an F1 hit us directly. Untamable, okay. I'm glad you're okay, and thank you for sharing that with us. You did not have to do that, and thank you for the support. Once again, thank you. I'm glad you guys are okay. A lot of people talking about how they found us around December 10th. David Hetrick, thank you so much for that. What happened December 10th? Wow. It's crazy. We've come so far that we're there. So there's nothing wrong with you not knowing, of course, but like it's crazy to me that, you know, it's been that long ago. December 10th was the big tornado outbreak in Kentucky and Missouri, and most famously the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado was almost an EF5, EF4 tornado went through Mayfield there, and unfortunately there was a ton of damage and fatalities. And that was one of the first long tornado live streams that we did here on the channel. Man, if my camera was working, we'd have such a good view of these. Give me just a second. I'm trying to fix that up. Got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Cole and Monteau counties in Missouri. Douglas says, we live in Ohio. Tornado hit our property. We lost 2 barns and 2 other buildings. Lost 4 pine trees. We had your stream on. Thank you, Douglas, for that. Glad you guys are okay, too. Thank you. If the town names are gone from the radar, you've probably turned
Hey Ryan,
them
it's
off.
Chris. We're just on the west side of St. Louis looking at this storm. You can definitely see it's really trying to come together, definitely strengthening supercell. Starting to see a lot more CG action with this as well. So we're going to see here as long as we can and then move back east through St. Louis with it.
All right, so there is Chris Hall continuing to talk about our big storm moving into St. Louis now. We do have a live view from him. I believe we did. And so we will be cutting to him shortly. Chris is, let me show you his location here on the radar. Yeah, peak tornado time, if we're going to have a peak tornado time today, will be around sunset. Yeah, it is unfortunate. A lot of the same places that were impacted pretty severely by the most previous tornado situation in Ohio are in the forecasted area of increased activity for this upcoming storm as well. But that doesn't mean it'll be an exact repeat. In fact, the same exact towns getting hit again are the odds of that happening are very low, but it is an unfortunately, it's a possibility, so we have to talk about it. Don't be scared, be prepared. Okay, yeah, there's Chris. Here's a video from American Patriot Guy. He is in New Haven, Missouri, and you've got some pretty serious hail coming down there in Missouri. Looks like the hail size isn't that big in his exact location, but you can see that is one heck of a downpour. Some of the larger hail, I believe, is going to be occurring with this storm that's coming into Jefferson City right now. If you're in Jefferson City, I would get ready for some large hail. And also, if this storm that's moving into St. Louis continues to grow like it is, I would expect to see some very large hail there as well. Guys, give me just a second. I got to get me something to drink. I'll be right back. And as always, Andy, you've got the floor if you want it.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I have a few things to talk about. I'm watching closely the storm that is west of St. Louis near Washington, Missouri in Marthasville. And that's along State Road 100. I think that it has quite a significant convergence signature with it, which means that winds are kind of coming together right where that supercell / hybrid storm type is. And usually, well, not usually, but sometimes convergence precedes rotation. And certainly the environment out in front, just in front of the storm, is a little bit, conducive for tornadoes to occur. So I think that this storm is robust. I have my eye on it most closely, but also back behind it to our for our friends southwest of Jefferson City in Missouri, there is a merger of two storms happening, with one really healthy supercell near Olean, Missouri, in Eldon, and another storm that's popped up to the south of it and is being kind of ingested into that supercell. So I think that this merger could actually mergers are wild. We don't know what's going to happen with the storm scale dynamics, so I am watching that most closely as well. That's a heads up for Jefferson City. You guys are definitely in the path of the storm that would most likely drop some hail. It might change trajectory a little bit, but you're about 30 minutes out from some hail, pretty significant hail at the moment, falling to the southwest. So be prepared for some hail in and around J City there. And the last thing that I really wanted to talk about here is actually the storm that is west of Joplin in Missouri, southwest Missouri. This is the storm and complex of storms that out in front of it have the best parameters right now, kinematically, thermodynamically. I think that if this complex of storms kind of congeals together into one dominant supercell, or the southernmost storm in this line here is able to take hold of this environment, there is possibly a significant tornado, a chance here out ahead of it. So I have my eye on those three locations most closely right now, in addition to the storms in Texas. A lot is happening. Ryan did say that the tornado threat would be maximized around sundown, but actually I do want to say that it should go a little bit further beyond that. I want you guys to be paying the most attention, spreading the most word from sundown, but actually a couple of hours after that, because right at sundown is when just about 1,500, 3,000 feet above your head, those winds start to kick up as the surface kind of cools down a little bit. And I do apologize if I ever talk over any storm chaser. I can't tell if I am or not. But right after sundown, those winds start to amp up. And we actually have a few hours after that point where those winds will still be very strong and supportive for tornadoes. So not only just at sundown are we looking at our primary tornado threat today, but a few hours after that, for sure, it will continue to exist. So back to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Andy. I was just looking at the storm that's getting ready to come into Jefferson City. Once again, just want to reiterate to everybody that that's probably going to be a pretty big storm. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch in diameter hail. Get ready. It looks like the core of the heaviest precipitation will move right over downtown at Jefferson City. Also, big storm moving over there towards St. Louis. Chris Hall is going to give us a view of that one. He's got it in his viewfinder there. As he's in the St. Louis area, ready to give us a view of that as it moves over towards them. Brad Arnold is way up here to the north, north of Moberly. This part of Missouri, it does have a pretty favorable environment to some extent for tornadoes, but I think it was modeled to be a little bit better than what it's turning out to be because of all this extra rain. There's a lot of cloud cover, a lot of just general rain that's happening up here along the warm front. So we will hopefully see a little bit less activity up here, but we're still in the very beginning stages of this. We got new storms forming over here west of Kansas City. Those will move across this area, and who knows what kinds of problems those will cause as they move over Kansas City, over towards Moberly, Macon, Monroe City, Hannibal. And then, of course, we've got the big supercells down here to worry about as well, as they are continuing to strengthen as they move towards St. Louis. That's Missouri. We've got a pretty big storm to the north and west of Joplin right now, getting ready to move into Missouri as well. It's still got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Some hail, some wind is on its way to you in Liberal, Lamar, and Nevada in Missouri. Oklahoma. Oh, Oklahoma. Wow. When did we last look at this? It was not long ago, and there was literally nothing over here. But now we've got a bunch of stuff popping up. We got a bunch of new severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up. This might be the beginning of our hail outbreak. This is the area where we've got the biggest probabilities for large hail. So we're probably going to start to see that now in and around Oklahoma City. We've got a big thunderstorm producing inch in diameter hail up here near Crescent. Another one moving toward Kingfisher. Severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. Also, a continued severe thunderstorm warning for Snyder. I would say that severe thunderstorm warning is about to be issued for this storm over here near Corn, up towards Weatherford, Oklahoma. Lots of storms starting to convect now in Oklahoma. Down in Texas, we've got ourselves some more big storms. None of these are showing much in the way of like tornadic activity, but we've got huge hail and strong winds that just move past Eastland, moving towards Strawn, De Leon, Gorman, Blanket, Early, and Brownwood. All you guys get ready for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and large hail up to the size of golf balls as this line moves towards you. And then we've got a monster of a storm. Really, it's going to cut it close with Fort Worth here, but I think the worst of it's going to miss Fort Worth to the north. But this thing is a huge storm with 2-inch in diameter hail, 65-mile-per-hour winds. Now moving towards Bridgeport, Denton eventually. Maybe Gainesville and McKinney has to be looking out for this. So some really populated areas of Texas north of Dallas here look to be under the gun for a big-time storm as that moves towards you. The storm along the Ohio River over here in Kentucky that was producing severe weather earlier has went below severe limits. We'll watch for that to potentially pulse back up as it goes towards Portsmouth. Get ready for some rain, some thunder, some lightning. And they officially now have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for St. Charles, O'Fallon, and Chesterfield. Doesn't include downtown St. Louis just yet, but it's coming. Olson, hey Ryan, I'm a truck driver. My family's at home in Lawton, Oklahoma. Any chance you could update us on what that area has to look forward to tonight? So the big storms are popping up around that area right now. The biggest threat is going to be hail. Okay, we do expect there to be some very, very large hail tonight in all of south central Oklahoma and central Oklahoma. Jennifer White is starting them off right here, and with a young man watching and learning how to be prepared and not scared in severe weather situations. Love this. Thank you so much for sending that in. Once again, if you got hail pictures, anything you want to share with me, best way to do that, if you can do so safely, of course, is to do that on Twitter or X. My username is @RyanHall, y'all. I'm also posting most of the watches and stuff as they come out, so it'll be a good resource for you. And like, you can follow the Storm Prediction Center and all these weather service offices as I retweet them. If you want to have a, honestly, Twitter is still, in my opinion, the best resource for like live news, like things that happen fast. Twitter's the place to go for that. Tracy, thank you so much. Bridget, thank you. Wyatt, thanks for being here for 20 months. 20 months. Big storm on its way to St. Louis. That's what we've got zoomed in on right now. Chris Hall is right here next to the radar. And as soon as we get a moment, we will pull his camera up full so we can see that nasty storm moving into the St. Louis area live. We got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually flick over to the velocity on that storm that you're looking at. There is a pocket of 90-mile-an-hour winds now showing up just about 1,000 feet above the ground. And generally a good rule of thumb for looking at velocity and how
Hey
it
Ryan, it's
translates
Chris.
to the
We are
surface
coming up
is,
on
with our-
Chesterfield, I think it is.
Oh, sorry.
Passing them all. So I just lost visual, but crossed over the Missouri River, not the Mississippi, the Missouri River. This storm's impressive looking structure-wise. We're going to try and get a little bit ahead of it to turn around and get another view. And looks like give it about another hour, 30 minutes maybe, and we'll try. I think it's going to try.
All right. I agree. That was Chris. Continue, Andy. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I can never hear him until
Yeah.
it's too late and I'm talking over him, right?
It's all good.
Okay, a good rule of thumb. This is actually a very serious. This is the most serious signature I've seen all day in terms of damaging winds potential. Is because a good rule of thumb is about 1,000 feet above the surface, you can subtract about 10-mile-an-hour winds to the surface in terms of what's actually happening, on the ground. So I do think that we'll see an upgrade. There's the first upgrade to considerable, but I do think this pocket of winds would actually warrant a destructive severe thunderstorm warning if it does continue to show up like that. That's the kind of wind that will, cause the shingles to come off your roofs and so forth. So make sure you're prepared for that and away from windows with this storm as it gets upgraded coming into the western suburbs. It's still quite a ways away. We got like 30 minutes or so before it gets to Chesterfield, Ellisville, sort of that north-south line. But if it continues to show velocities like that translate well to the surface, I would be concerned.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, we're watching a big storm move into St. Louis. Chris Hall is on it. He just chimed in. He was telling us about it. Let's listen to that again just in case we missed any of that.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We are coming up on Chesterfield, I think it is, passing them all. So I just lost visual, but crossed over the Missouri River, not the Mississippi, the Missouri River. This storm's impressive looking structure-wise. We're going to try and get a little bit ahead of it to turn around and get another view. And looks like give it about another hour, 30 minutes maybe, and we'll try. I think it's going to try.
All right, so Chris is going to stick with this storm, and it looks like this one's going to probably continue for quite some time as it traverses eastward into Illinois, and it will have a long time to try to continue to produce damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even at some point there's a little bit of a tornado threat that will come along with that as well. The lights are orange now, so we've got some news from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, News 9 is currently reporting a rope tornado on the ground near Kingfisher, Oklahoma.
Oh wow. Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. Let's go take a look at that storm. The Kingfisher, Oklahoma storm looked pretty mean earlier. And wow, it continues to look extremely mean. This one does have the severe thunderstorm warning on it with a tornado possible tag. We've got, oh yeah, I see it. I see a picture of it on my feed. Yeah, a tornado possible tag on it. Hail up to 1 3/4 inches, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And I believe that this does have a tornado with it right now. If what I'm seeing is current, then that is a pretty concerning looking picture there. This is near Kingfisher, Oklahoma. If I was to guess where exactly the rotating part of the storm would be that would be able to produce that, it's probably right around Kingfisher, to be honest. So hopefully we get a tornado warning here soon. If not, if you're watching this stream, your goal is to be hyper weather aware, more so than if you were watching the regular news, right? So why not go ahead and be hyper weather prepared as well, and go ahead and get to your safe spot, since you are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning anyways. Huge storm is on the doorstep of Kingfisher, and it may still have a tornado associated with it. We had one just moments ago. I'll see if I can't pull that up, a picture of that up. If I can find a place to do that. I don't see anything right now. But yeah, it can happen fast with these storms. Very well could have been a rope tornado on the ground near Kingfisher, Oklahoma, just moments ago. I don't know. We don't know if it's still there or not. But it's certainly a concerning situation for Kingfisher, Oklahoma. I believe it might have lifted. I believe it may have lifted for now. But that's a really telling thing, right? The storm just popped up moments ago. It's already producing tornadoes, and it's getting stronger. Okay, and also when you inspect this storm on radar, it doesn't look like your traditional tornado maker. So these storms are going to be extra dangerous tonight as they are just really primed and ready to go. And maybe some of them will try to produce tornadoes before we can even clearly see them on reflectivity and velocity. So a huge shout out to Elijah for directing our attention to that. Big storms are popping up all around Oklahoma City. The biggest one is definitely the one up there near Kingfisher. It's dropping huge hail right now. Another really interesting one is up there north of Crescent near Midway. That's dropping large hail. We're probably going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Stillwater, Oklahoma here soon, as that storm looks just as intense as some of the other ones that are around it. Also looking for a severe thunderstorm warning for Colony and
Hey, Ron, it's Chris from my angle looking southwest. Looks like we've got a lowering now associated with our storm that is over Augusta.
Okay, so you heard that from Chris there. Chandra, if you can hear me, James McMullen, we need to make sure that that's his correct location because there is not a storm in Tulsa. And he just pointed his camera at Tulsa. And is Chris Hall in the right slot? Is he the number 3 there? Or is the overlay still messed up? Just let me know in the stream text any information that you can before I pull up the live feeds. But Chris is saying that he's seeing a lowering now associated with the big storm moving into St. Louis. So we're going to keep his feet up, and we're going to I'm going to pull that up as soon as he parks and points us towards that. Okay. All right. Sounds good. So we've got a storm that is capable of producing tornadoes over here near Kingfisher. We've already seen that happen once, according to News 9. There was a live view of that over there. So this storm is going to continue up towards Crescent and Cimarron City. New severe thunderstorm warning for both of those storms we were just talking about up here for Perry. That one's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds all along I-35 here between Perry and Langston. Y'all get ready. It's going to be a rough ride on the interstate there for the next several hours. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Garfield, Logan, and Payne counties in Oklahoma. Storm moving into St. Louis continues to look extremely impressive on radar from velocity. It looks like there's some really strong winds right around Augusta, moving into Klondike, St. Albans, Melrose, Fox Creek. Right now, 70 mile per hour. It could be gusting even higher than that, though. So get ready for some potentially destructive winds in Defiance, St. Albans, Melrose, Fox Creek, Wildwood, and Ellisville in the areas just to the west of St. Louis. Deja vu. This is a very similar situation. We were just tracking a big nasty storm coming into St. Louis not too long ago live. Felt like it took forever for it to get there, and Chris Hall was there waiting on it. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, that merger near Jefferson City, Missouri has now completed. And with the merger, the resultant updraft of the combined storm is now most intense to the south of the city and south of the metro near Wardsville, about to get in on some pretty amazing hail. We can see hail spikes from the St. Louis radar indicating that the radar beams are bumping into some pretty heavy hail and actually hitting the ground, hitting the hail and coming back at a delayed pace. So I think there is some very large hail and also quite the mesocyclone or rotating part of the storm associated with this merged supercell now. So I would expect, or I guess it is quite possible that this severe thunderstorm warning could be upgraded. If it is upgraded to destructive for probably for hail first and foremost, then sirens may sound depending on the local emergency management services and how they respond to the upgraded tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings. So if that does happen in any time, in the future, that is the reason why in these areas of Osage County and Cole County in Missouri. So I guess I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning with this either, since this rotating part of the storm is significant. Doesn't look to be too distorted by all the hail that's present in the storm. I would believe that this has some legitimate rotation. So if we get a tornado warning with it, it would be pretty preventative because it's far away from a radar. But those are the reasons why and what I'm thinking for this storm.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Moving our attention over here to the big storm that's currently impacting Jefferson City and currently really impacting areas just south of Jefferson City near Wardsville. That is a hail core and a half right there, and you can see the hail spike that Andy was talking about, indicative of very large hail in there. Currently, the warning is for 1 inch and 3/4 hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I would expect that we're probably getting some hailstones larger than that, but even if we aren't, we're getting a lot of those at once. We're getting a hail shower here in Wardsville, but I would expect to see some very large hailstones in places like Schubert, Teos, Osage City, Loose Creek, and potentially even Bonnet's Mill and Frankenstein here before too long. And also, this storm looks pretty sus. I mean, look at it.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. I just want to let you know we're dropping south right now towards the Columbia area, and then we're headed east on Interstate 70, I believe is what that is, towards Warrenton. That storm south of Jefferson City, that needs to be tornado warned. I would treat that as a tornado warning. I'm seeing things right there that show that we have a very good circulation on that.
Tornado sniffer himself, Brad Arnold, is agreeing. He says this looks like something that might, warrant a tornado warning here south of Jefferson City. Tornado sniffer Brad Arnold is up here near Moberly. It looks like he's going to go after that one now, as he is he's locked onto it. But look at this. The rotation looks really impressive on radar. Remember, we are very far away from this storm on currently because the closest radar site is pretty far away. So we're looking up a little bit higher in the storm. But a lot of times we've seen this happen before. If they're rotating really strongly up top and they have a presentation like this, a lot of times, sometimes like that can transfer down to the surface, and we end up getting a tornado. So a lot of times in situations like this, we get a cautionary tornado warning. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that. I would also be very surprised if we didn't see some sort of upgrade to the warning here, because I believe there's probably some much larger hail with this than just golf ball size. But hey, we're about to get some reports out of Wardsville. I'm pretty sure there's a decently populated area just south of Jefferson City, and we'll know exactly what's happening there. But I would get ready. I would really watch out if I'm downstream from this to the south and east of Jefferson City near Lynn, over towards Morrison, Gasconade, Herman. You guys have a monster of a storm heading to you, and if I'm not mistaken, this is probably our most concerning looking storm so far. So definitely get ready for that. That is a dangerous looking storm. Let's go back and take a look at some other ones. We haven't forgot about you down here in southwest Missouri. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you there in Jericho Springs. That storm looks pretty manageable right now, though, compared to the one that's in Jefferson City. What about our storms in Oklahoma? How are these doing? The big storm over here near Kingfisher that produced a tornado is now moving up towards Crescent. It's not producing a tornado anymore, we don't believe, but it is still producing very large hail, probably golf ball size hail, as it moves towards Marshall. Big storm also moving up towards Morrison and Stillwater. That one's going to have 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. Oklahoma City, you're hearing the thunder, you're seeing the lightning. It looks like it's about to storm, but the big storm that you're hearing is probably going to just float off to your west We're watching, or to your north, I should say. We're watching very closely the storms farther to your south and west for the ones that might end up, impacting you later. In Texas, look here, the northwestern side of Fort Worth is under a considerable, I believe, severe thunderstorm warning. 1.25 inch hail, 65 mile per hour winds. Springtown, get ready.
Positioned somewhat out of a valley, just to the south of Chesterfield. Looking at what I can of this storm, you're looking at the what would be hook echo on this. So we're going to see here as long as we can see how this acts over the next little bit. It's coming right at us. So
really impressive view of that storm coming into St. Louis from Chris there. You can see the monster as it approaches him. It looks like the lightning activity is increasing. Absolutely a professional approach from Chris to get in front of this storm and give us this breathtaking view. And of course, I think he's going to let it hit him here so we can see the impacts of exactly what's happening in that. Or he might try to stay in front of it because, once again, it looks like this is going to be a long track kind of supercell that we deal with for quite some time, well into Illinois. Tons of hail in that, by the way. He's looking at a wall of hail somewhere on the right side of his screen there. A little bit farther south in Texas, we've got another storm that's likely producing some really strong winds just to the west of Stevensville. 70 mile per hour winds on velocity. It looks very impressive. I would get ready in Desdemona, Texas, and the Highway 8 corridor between Desdemona and Stevensville. Lingleville's included in that. Hannibal, Huckabee. Get ready. That's going to be a very nasty storm in Texas. A couple more storms down towards Comanche.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad again. Also noticing something on this Jefferson City storm. We do have a hail streak that is going right through the storm, indicative of very, very large hail. Radar has picked up as big as 3 and 3/4 inches of hail in that. So even if it doesn't produce a tornado, that's enough to damage property and cause injury if you're outside.
Absolutely. That's Brad Arnold. He is continuing his descent down Highway 63 in Missouri, trying to get in front of this storm that's going through Jefferson City. I don't know if once he gets to Columbia, if he's going to get on I-70, head east, and then head south. But the storm is moving relatively fast. It's not a very speedy storm. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour, so he should be able to get in front of it there if he just jolts east a little bit on I-70. But once again, this is the most impressive signature we've seen on radar today. Huge hail moving into Worldsville and Taos now, and we still have all that rotation. They did update the warning. We've got 2-inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds. It's still considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Louistown, Crook, Mint Hill, Fredericksburg, Chamoy, and Lynn. Y'all get ready. That is going to be a loud storm to go through. Lots of lightning activity, hail, rain, the whole nine. Big storm moving into St. Louis as well. I'd say we'll get a new warning here soon that includes downtown St. Louis. It'll probably carry the same parameters. Close to 2-inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to cause a lot of damage in a place like St. Louis. So if you got the ability to put your car in under a garage, carport, whatever it is, and you live in downtown St. Louis, you might want to do that now before it's too late and the storm's there. Considerable severe for Garfield, Kingfisher, Logan, and Noble counties in Oklahoma. Here's a picture from Chris of the powerhouse cell moving into St. Louis. Powerhouse indeed. Got pictures, videos you want to send? Twitter or X. Ooh, I've got a video of the tornado near Kingfisher. I'm retweeting it now. Can't share it. I want to protect the copyright of these storm chasers. But it is retweeted on Twitter there if you want to see that. Little danger noodle there. It looks like it was brief. And mostly undetected by radar. Olean, Missouri. That's one of the, it's a pretty big hailstone there from Brian. Thanks for sending that in. This is once again Olean, Missouri. This is why we want you to get indoors. You don't want to get knocked on the head by that. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Still looking at the storm to the south and east of Jefferson City. Another pretty tight velocity couplet on there that I do think is legitimate based on its location, lines up with reflectivity. So again, would not be surprised if we do get a tornado warning for those who just have entered the stream within the last 10-15 minutes since I previously talked about this storm. We're looking at about 6,000 feet above the surface, so it is pretty far up there. But if there is a tornado warning for this storm, this is the reason why we're able to look at it on radar, and it does look pretty concerning here. So heads up, y'all watch out for most of Osage County here ahead of time.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention back to this monster storm south and east of Jefferson City. What you're looking at there is a very contaminated view of the velocity couplet that is promoting this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is just now coming out for Cole and Osage County in Missouri. Huge shout out to the weather machine, Andy, there for giving us a huge heads up on this, talking about it several minutes ago. As always, we love having Andy here. This is a new tornado warning for Westphalia, Lynn, Loose Creek, Potts, Judge, and Crook in Missouri. This is the first tornado warning of the day. And rightfully so. That is a very concerning velocity couplet, even at 4,000 feet. That is definitely worthy of the warning. So if I'm in Westphalia, I am taking shelter right now. This will probably move somewhere between the intersection between Highway 50 and Highway 63 and Rich Fountain, and then move draw a line from there all the way over past Lynn, Crook, and Mint Hill, pretty much paralleling or at least crossing Highway 50 multiple times on its way to the east. Once again, tornado warning for Cole and Osage counties in Missouri. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we got our first tornado warning of the day here in Missouri. It's associated with this storm just to the south and east of Jefferson City. This storm not only has a tornado within it, likely, or a developing tornado, it also has 2-inch in diameter hail. This is a huge, nasty hailstorm. Get ready in Frankenstein, Lewistown, Crook, and Odd, and Deer for that. We have a similar storm over here in St. Louis. It's not rotating as much, actually not nearly as much, but it is still very intense, and it's moving in the general direction of downtown St. Louis. Right now it's carrying 1.75 inch hail, that's golf ball size, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be a damaging storm. Whenever you've got so much infrastructure and so much in the way of a storm like that, it can cause a lot of problems, power outages. If the hail's actually golf ball size, we're talking about some damage from that. So get ready. It's coming for you in St. Louis as well. And we also have to continue to watch this one very closely for its rotation. This one has the ability to, it's in the environment to where it could very well start trying to produce a tornado here very soon, okay? Tornado warning there for Cole County. Back to the south and west a little bit, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Newport and Jericho Springs. And then we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Texas. We're going to walk you through all of those after we hear from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So emergency management in Washington, Missouri. This is the storm that is going toward the St. Louis metro right now. There are multiple trees downed and branches that are 12 inches in diameter on the west side of Washington that have been snapped.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Elijah, for that. So that just shows you how intense some of the winds are with this storm. 12-inch in diameter tree limbs. That's pretty significant stuff. And once the storm moves into, once again, an area with more infrastructure, we've got power lines and stuff out here, that's going to cause a lot more problems. Once it gets into Chesterfield, once it gets into Maryland Heights, Desprez, or I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but around Kirkwood and Sunset Hills, 60-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail moves through there, and one thing leads to another. We've got power outages, we've got traffic problems, and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully everybody in St. Louis is prepared for the incoming big storm, which, thanks to Elijah, we now know has a history of producing damage. So Lynn and Westphalia, you guys are under a tornado warning still. We're going to go back to that after the next radar scan. Let's take a look at our storms in Oklahoma. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes as well. We had a little danger noodle pop out of the storm near Crescent. It would happen back towards Kingfisher, but it's still there, okay? And it still has the opportunity or the potential to do so. Tornado possible, 1.5-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving up there towards Mulhall. And then we've got a big storm up here in Morrison moving towards Pawnee, and that one has the ability to produce inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Very busy, very busy. We've only got one tornado warning, but we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of those are down here in Texas. Big storm coming into the northwest side of Fort Worth right now. 1.25-inch hail, that's quarter sized, 65-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like downtown Fort Worth is going to get missed, but Springtown, you're going to get hit by the hail core right here in a minute. And then this might go towards Denton and Flower Mound later. And then, beyond that, we have Stevensville. God, seriously, this is also one of the stronger storms that's currently occurring right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1.5-inch hail. I wouldn't be surprised to see some winds even stronger than that. Over here near Stevensville, Lingleville, and Huckabee, Texas. Get ready. This is a very strong storm. And then Brownwood, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Lots of power outages starting to show up in Texas behind these storms. So, not lots. There's a couple hundred people in each county there. But that's just telling that we're having some power line damage and stuff like that. Tornado warning continues for Lynn. That's Cole and Osage County, Missouri. Stephenville, sorry. I said it wrong. I knew I would. Here's another view of that big storm coming into St. Louis from Willie Beard. It was at Etherin Road, south of Chesterfield. That's an ominous-looking storm coming in there. Thank you for sending that in, Willie. Oh, wow. Here's some video out of Jefferson, Missouri, of the intense hail that's happening out there. This is coming from Hayden in Toas, Missouri, south of Jefferson. So that's pretty much right smack dab in the middle of the hail core there, and it looks like it's coming down in volumes. Like, that's a lot of hail. It's accumulating on the ground. A similar situation is possible very soon in Loose Creek, Lewistown, Crook, and Mint Hill. You guys are also under a tornado warning now. Keep that in mind. Thank you, Hayden. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I wanted to talk about the St. Louis storm briefly. There's something very interesting about it that we can observe on the radar because it's so close to where the radar is. We're only scanning, couple hundred feet up as the hail surrounds the storm. Look at the golf ball size hail report. That's from a National Weather Service employee, so we know the size is accurate. Near Chesterfield, Missouri. Look how it's outside of the higher reflectivity core. We see that basically it looks like this golf ball size hail fell where there's no rain falling. So this tells us that the storm doesn't have to be overhead you for elements of it to be chucked out sideways from the storm and still be potentially damaging. And that's why we have these box warnings from the National Weather Service that are like, hey, anywhere in this warning box from that we issue is still dangerous severe thunderstorm conditions. And there you go. I actually don't remember the last time I've seen golf ball size hail fall maybe 1,000 feet away from where the pinks are on the radar. So this is dark reds and pinks. The hail's actually being chucked sideways out of the storm. So let that be a lesson that not everything is 1-to-1 that you're looking at on the radar.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. Hail report way down here southeast of Chesterfield, and the hail core, as you can see up here. Widespread impacts even outside of the brightly colored areas on radar, and as Andy said, this is one of the reasons why we get these big box warnings and not more precise warning indicators that follow the very specific path of the reflectivity. So that's very cool. That's very interesting stuff right there. But large hail, golf ball size, is moving.
Hey Ryan, hey, it's
Heights
Brad
now.
again. I'm watching that storm that's headed into St. Louis as well with the hail. But if you go and look at the terminal radar STL, you do have gate-to-gate shear on that. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see a tornado on that even as well. It's not going to show up because it's so close to radar there. But if you look at the radar from the airport, it shows it.
Okay, so yeah, the storm is rotating a little bit down here near Chesterfield as well. So there's a lot going on. There's a whole lot going on here with our storm near St. Louis that is visible simply because we are so close to it with our radar site here. So there's a lot of things to pay attention to here. The storm is capable of producing a tornado, but the main thing right now is, I believe, going to be hail and wind. But definitely, y'all watch out downstream here. Maryland Heights, Ferguson, Florissant, Spanish Lake, just like our storm back in back towards Jefferson City, it's in basically the same environment. It has the ability to try to put down a tornado here soon, so we want to be ready for that just in case. And by the way, St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, is now officially under a severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball, officially 1.75 inch hail or larger is possible with that one. You want to get ready in St. Louis there for that, as that could cause some major problems. Also, Jennings, Ferguson, Clayton, Spanish Lake, St. Charles, Florissant. Get ready, y'all. And then, you know what's crazy? The tornado warned storm right behind that one probably is also going to try to make a run for St. Louis. So it's not going to be over for y'all as soon as that one storm is over. You all have to continue to watch this one as well. What's going on here? Let's check out some other storms. There's quite a bit of convective available potential kind of just bubbling up back here in southeastern Kansas. If a storm can get going out there, it's probably going to be a big one. Right now, we don't have too much of anything going on there. The storms are really, really taking off in Oklahoma, though. But very quickly, they're kind of merging together, congealing into multicellular clusters, and almost a squall line feature is eventually trying to, kind of form itself out of this. But we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Tornado possible with that warning in Perry. We also have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Binger and Hinton, Oklahoma. That one's going to bring about 1.25 inch hail. Get ready for that. The lights are green. That means it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm trying really hard with this storm here near Chesterfield, Missouri, west of St. Louis. I cannot tell if there is a tornado ongoing or not with this, but there is definitely some much tighter rotation that I think is I think is legitimate, especially if we go up in tilts on the velocity scans, we can see it's present there. I think it's a worrisome enough signature to call for a tornado warning from the National Weather Service. So if this does get tornado warned going into St. Louis County, there's your heads up. If this area of tight rotation does continue to show up. I'm trying to look at it from the terminal radar too, but the problem is the terminal radar has to go through a bunch of the heavy precipitation, so the beam and the data is getting attenuated, and I can't tell if we really do have a tornadic circulation developing here right outside of Chesterfield, Missouri. So I would say y'all watch out ahead of time. This is a incredibly tough thing to diagnose here, and we need some ground evidence and reports as well as continued radar scans.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy here, drawing our attention to this little part of the storm here that's moving into St. Louis. Brad mentioned it earlier. We've been inspecting this for quite some time, but it looks like some of the most recent radar scans are pretty suspicious looking, and we might have a tornado trying to form in this part of the storm. We'll see if we get a tornado warning for that. If we do get a tornado warning, that's going to cause the sirens to go off in St. Louis. So just go ahead and prepare for the potential for that to happen. We don't know for sure just yet, but it's a possibility here. This is definitely a storm capable of producing a tornado. We do have Chris Hall out there. He's got a good view of it. You can see his live feed above my head. He's trying to get to a parking lot or something with a more static view of the base of the storm. We also have Freddie McKinney out there. We just got the tornado warning. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. Okay, so brand new tornado warning. This includes downtown St. Louis. Tornado
warning now for downtown St. Louis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And Clayton, Jennings, Ferguson, Maryland Heights. Sorry. My goodness, we've got another new tornado warning in Ohio. Why do I keep doing that? In Oklahoma, for Morrison and Glencoe. This is going to be in Oklahoma. That's going to be Noble and Payne counties, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. St. Louis County, Missouri. Take shelter now. Let's hear from Chris here. He knows about the warning. Chris, are the sirens going off, and do you see anything?
No, I was going to try to get on past St. Louis and get a view of it coming through town, but now it's starting to look like this. I turned back around on 64. I don't hear sirens right now, but I'm also on the interstate. Oh, I'll let you know something here in about 5 minutes. I'm going right back up to it.
All right. I believe we got Freddie McKinney on the line as well. I think we can talk to him. Freddie, we've got you pulled up here. We see you're in St. Louis. Lots of people are concerned. Just wondering if you're seeing anything, if you're hearing the sirens go off. Yeah, just wanted to hear your thoughts on what's going on there in the St. Louis area. Let me know whenever you get this. So we'll see if Freddie gets that message, and we'll listen to his response. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for St. Louis County in Missouri. Almost 800,000 people are in that warning. Lots of people are in this. Once again, Maryland Heights, Clayton.
Hey, Ryan, you got a minute?
Here's Freddie. And, oh, no, that
Hey,
was
Ryan,
Hunter.
you got a minute?
Yes, Hunter, go ahead.
Hey, I'm currently on this tornado warning that's nearing Glencoe, Oklahoma. There is a wall cloud right behind me. I'm trying to get a little bit more east for you guys to turn around and give this stream a view of what I'm seeing. Not seeing much rotation with it, but nonetheless, it is a wall cloud.
Okay, so Hunter's on the storm in Oklahoma. We're going to get him back up on the screen here in just a couple seconds. Andy also has something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I do believe, to the best of my ability, that there is a tornado on the ground east of Chesterfield, Missouri. Do look at the correlation coefficient drop there and decide for yourself. Go up a couple tilts. It does look consistent. So I would say there is a tornado ongoing just north of I-64 and west of Creve Coeur, or however you pronounce that, Frontenac in St. Louis County.
Yes, on sirens, Ryan. Yes,
Okay,
on
thank you,
sirens. We're moving up towards University City right now.
Okay, Chris Hall has got a really good view of the base of the storm there. Hopefully he puts us back on that. I just saw. Oh, that's Hunter. That's Hunter. Okay, the name just changed. Hunter is on the storm in Oklahoma. We're going to go to him in a second. This is what Andy was talking about. Okay, we've got a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop right here. I'm going to circle it. All right, and it's there if you go up a couple of tilts too, which means that it's consistent, stacked on top of each other as you go up with height. Let's switch it over to the velocity, and yeah, right there it is, velocity couplet in line with what looks to be somewhat of a RFD surge on reflectivity, but we're so close to the radar and things are so scattered about here. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on, but that right there is enough for me to agree with Andy's assessment that this is likely a sign of a tornado that's either down now or was down near Chesterfield. It's going to continue to move east or northeast or generally east towards the area between Olivet and Maryland Heights over the next little bit if it is down. So we need you to take shelter. We need you to take shelter if you're anywhere out here near Villa Dorado Drive, Ascalon, Overland, Olivet, Venta Park. Any of these places are going to be right in the path of where that tornado tries to go if it's still on the ground. Tornado is tracking over populated areas, we believe, based off of some very, very contaminated radar imagery because we're so close. We're so close to the radar site. Sometimes it's hard for it to give us a clear image, but we do believe, based off of everything that we've seen, that we've got something going on here east of Chesterfield, south of Benbush, and the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for all of these areas in the purple polygon here. So we need everybody to get to shelter fast. Get to shelter very fast. Let's see here. I don't know do we still have Chris? Hopefully we can get, okay. So Chris is in 5. We're just waiting for the names to change. We've got Chris Hall and Freddie McKinney in St. Louis. I'm waiting for one of them to kind of turn. They're both driving right now. Obviously, it's hard to chase in St. Louis, but I'm waiting for one of them to turn around and give us
Ryan,
a view
this
of
is
the storm.
Steven. I'm not sure if it's been noted yet, but I believe I saw what was a debris signature heading toward Creep 4. I'm currently about to be on 270 heading south toward this.
We need to get Steven up, too. We need his stream up. Steven. Okay, so that was Steven. He's very close to the tornado. Right now, Freddie McKinney's also pretty close to it.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Hey, Ryan, we're going west. We're in downtown St. Louis. I'm probably done, but it's big time lowering from my visual right now.
Okay, we've got a big time lowering from Chris Hall's visual. We now have a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Let me read the damaging tornado radar confirmed. So we have a radar confirmed tornado warning for St. Louis. Okay, we've got a tornado likely on the ground here near Westwood or Maryland Heights, moving towards Overland and Olivet. We need everybody to take shelter now if you're in that area. Also downstream towards Ferguson and Clayton. You guys are under the gun here for a tornado warning or a potential tornado as it moves to the east as well. The correlation coefficient showed the sign of debris just a little bit ago, and it's still there for the most part. So we believe that this tornado might still be down as it approaches the area between Maryland Heights and Olivet. Freddie McKinney's got a magnificent view of what I believe would be the actual base of the storm. Trees are in the way. The wall there is in the way, so I'm not sure exactly if we see anything making ground contact. But we also have Chris Hall and Steven in St. Louis as well, who will give us another vantage point. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, a confirmed tornado warning for St. Louis, Missouri. Here is a video from Will B, a very ominous looking storm moving into St. Louis. You can hear the sirens going off in the background. Yeah, that's a lowering right there. Once again, Will, thank you for sending that in. But if you are in St. Louis, if you're under a tornado warning right now, please get to shelter. Oh, Freddie McKinney, we got to go to him. Right there is where we need to be looking for a potential tornado. And now we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Logan and Noble County in Oklahoma. So thank you, Will, for sending that in. Now get to shelter. If you are in St. Louis County, Missouri, you need to be getting to your safe spot right now. We've got multiple angles of this thing. So we can definitely see exactly what's going on through our storm chasers. Once again, we've got Freddie here. Chris Hall is also in St. Louis, and live storm chaser Steven is out there in St. Louis, Missouri. All three giving us different vantage points. I don't see a tornado right now, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one down.
Hey, Ryan, I've got a scuddy wall cloud directly in front of me. I'm south on 270, just past, or about to pass exit 16.
Okay, so he's south on 270, about to pass the exit there near Maryland Heights, and you can see very clearly in front of him, we've got a scuddy wall cloud, is what he's calling it. This might be the remnants of what produced the damage signature that we saw earlier, and it's no longer down, but you know the storm's capable of producing another tornado here soon, as the radar continues to look concerning. We got another little feature here near Maryland Heights that might try to become our next handoff rotation there as it moves towards St. Anne and St. John's and Overland. Everybody over here in St. Louis County, Missouri needs to be taking shelter. Elijah, what do you got for us?
So the Missouri Department of Transportation web cameras are showing people are currently taking
Hey, Ryan, it's
shelter
Chris.
under
Visually,
overpasses.
I don't see anything currently. I'm right beside of where it would be if it is down. I'm on I-10 at exit 1F, I want to think. We're looking right up into it right now. I don't have a visual on it at all right now, so I'll let you know if it changes, but right now, nothing.
Okay, so that is Chris giving us a beautiful view of the storm there in Missouri, St. Louis. And Elijah, go ahead and continue. If you had anything else.
So the Missouri, I didn't have anything else.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. So we've got reports coming in from the Missouri Department of Transportation. We've got multiple storm chasers on the ground out here. We pretty much know exactly what's going on despite our lack of late radar clarity. You know, this is a big storm moving into St. Louis. We need everybody to take shelter right now. I don't see a tornado right now, which is good news, but I do see a feature that is very capable of producing a tornado at any moment. That lowering right there could be the forming process of another tornado that as it moves over towards Maryland Heights. Look at this. You see this? We're so close to the radar that even a little feature like that could be indicative of a new area of rotation. If we go to the correlation coefficient, you see the deep blues here. That's not debris. That's a sign of surging inflow into the storm. So it would make sense if that tried to be our next spot that we had to watch for potential rotation. So it's cycling, it's trying, it's not succeeding at the moment, but it is certainly trying, and we are going to continue to watch it as it moves. Actually now, the past couple of frames, it looks like the biggest part of the storm is going to skedaddle to the north and west of downtown St. Louis. Now, in downtown St. Louis, you're still under a tornado warning. Okay, we want you in your safe spot, but I'm hoping that actually, you know what? They just trimmed it down. Downtown St. Louis is no longer under the tornado warning. You can come out of your safe spot, but up here in Ferguson and Jennings, you are still under that tornado warning, and you need to be in your shelter right now. Stephen is plumb near, right underneath that. Oh my goodness, he's right underneath the rotating wall cloud, inspecting it from the rear, looking straight up
Ryan,
into
we
it.
are right
Look at that.
next to where it would be if it's down. Do have a pretty decent lowering on it. Do see a little bit of rotation, nothing big right now, but we're keeping our eyes peeled on this right now.
All right, so Steve and Freddie and Chris are doing a fantastic all-star job of keeping us updated on exactly what's going on with this tornadic supercell moving into St. Louis right now. Right at the last minute here, it's kind of going to the north a little bit. It looks like the biggest part of the storm is going to miss downtown St. Louis. But Ferguson and Jennings and Overland are now next in line for potentially a serious situation here as this tries to produce another tornado. Here's another incredible photo from Alec. This comes from south of Interstate 64 and west of 270. Just a really ominous looking storm out here, y'all. And here's another look at the ominous storm from Storm Chaser. Oh, Freddie McKinney. Well, he's he had a really ominous looking view of that. We'll get back to that. It looks like there's a pretty large shelf cloud associated with this as well. So we'll get back to that in a moment. But for right now, if you're just now tuning in, we've got 3 professional storm chasers on the ground right next to the spinning part of the storm in St. Louis. Just waiting for it to produce another tornado. If it does, you will learn about it here first. There's no possible way that, you know, there's just, we have this covered from so many angles. Here, look at this. There's Freddie's view of the storm. Wow. Incredible structure there still. That's the storm that's moving through St. Louis on the northern side. I really think that that extra little leg that's popped out there is going to be our next shot at rotation. So, yeah, we've got, can we please get Freddie and Chris in the 1 and 2 spots? Can we flip the bottom 3 and put them in the top 3? I know that's a pain. I'm sorry, but like it would help me a lot. if we could flip the bottom 3 and the top 3, Chandra. Hunter Hurley is...
Hey, Ryan, we are looking directly
Oklahoma on a
up
tornado warning
into
storm.
this look appendage right now, exactly where it would be if it was down.
And Chris Hall's got a view of the rotating part of the storm as well. It looks to me like the storm is cycling and it's not producing a tornado right now, but you're still under a tornado warning in Ferguson and Jennings, so take shelter immediately, please. We've got another tornado warning out here in Oklahoma. It looks to me like that is the storm that produced that tornado warning is no longer showing the same kind of signs as it was earlier, so that's good news. I think that tornado warning will be allowed to expire at least within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Looks like a daggone spaceship above St. Louis there from Steven's point of view. Holy smokes.
Hey, Ryan, you may be able to answer this for me. I know I apologize for bringing this up right now. Did this by chance go through a hook handoff? I'm noticing a very large lowering now to my northwest, outside of, and then visibly rotating like a top to my northwest.
Chris, that's what we're assuming based off the little radar information that we have at this angle. But yeah, your image here is providing, I think, enough proof to say that's exactly what's happening. So there you go, guys. Chris Hall is giving us a live look. This says Brad Arnold right now, but it's Chris. A live look at another big lowering here with the storm. That might be our next shot at seeing this thing try to rotate. Such a powerful storm. Look at this. So our original area of concern was right here. This is the original hook. That kind of occludes into the storm, and now maybe this is our next area of concern, and that's what Chris has got his camera on right now. So it's not over yet up here in the northern part of St. Louis towards Jennings and Northwoods. We've got maybe another part of the storm trying to rotate and produce a tornado. Do not let your guard down. Stay in your safe spot. Even just from this angle, you can tell that part of the storm is rotating. So that's a pretty ominous view there north of St. Louis. This is just a perfect example of why it's so important to have storm chasers. We would not know even half of the detail that we're getting here without them because the radar is so contaminated at this angle. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a developing situation where we have a tornado warning north of St. Louis, Missouri. This is storm chaser Chris Hall giving us a look at the part of the storm that would be producing a tornado. It's not right now, but it looks like it's trying to. We've got 3 storm chasers in Missouri right now in the St. Louis area. Steven's one of them. Chris is one of them. We also have Freddie McKinney. We're going to be jumping back and forth between all of them. We also have a storm chaser in Oklahoma on the tornado warning storm out there, so we'll be checking in with him as well. Just want to give you a heads up as well. This is no longer a confirmed tornado warning. Radar indicated now, but I expect that if this hook continues to try to do what it's been doing, we might see another confirmed warning here soon. Here's a shot from Freddie McKinney with the big storm behind St. Louis and the big arch, St. Louis arch there. Gate to the west. very, very strong, ominous looking storm moving into the St. Louis area on the northern side as Freddie is on Interstate 70 trying to stay in front of this thing.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. That hook, or that the view of that, just it looks like it's tried to completely diminish. But the hook, the original hook, oh man, that has came together quick. We're gonna go after that here.
Okay, so fast changing environment here with our storm in St. Louis. Good thing we've got professional storm chasers Chris Hall, Steven, and Freddie out there giving us all this invaluable information from the ground. The tornado warning in Oklahoma was just allowed to expire, and now we've got some new info from Andy. So, Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Actually, on that St. Louis storm, you could go ahead and look to the northeast of the terminal radar. There's a sneaky little rotation there that's only been ramping up every single minute from those really quick scans from the terminal radar. If you can't see it very well from the Doppler, then go ahead and look at it from the terminal. You'll see a very tight rotation. I would not be surprised if that gets warned. It's headed to almost, due northeast. So actually closer to the state line here near Grafton, and Elsa on the Illinois side should be watching out for this circulation if it does get warned.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for that. We're going to go back to this map, and we are going to try to inspect that as much as possible for y'all. This is, this is what we're talking about here. Look at how tiny that is. Good eye. Good eye, Andy. This is another interesting situation up here near Elsa. Once again, up Whitecorn, Wilkie, Lock Haven, and Piazza Hills in a part of the storm that you normally wouldn't really look at in terms of trying to figure out where a tornado is with something like this. But there you go. That is a really good indication that we've got something trying to come together there near Powers Road, south of Highway 94, near Whitecorn. Get ready. That might be a problem for the next several minutes as it goes up towards Lock Haven and Elsa, right along the Missouri and Illinois state line. We'll be checking back in on that as well. That's crazy. The big base of the storm, the part that our storm chasers are on, continues to look impressive down here near Ferguson and Jennings. Big hail moving into Fluorescent and Spanish Lake right now. But right down here, this is where all of our storm chasers have their eye on. This is the part that might be trying to produce a new tornado as it moves once again into the Illinois area. Downstream, Edwardsville, Illinois, Collinsville, Grand Fork, this is where the storm is going. Currently, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning that expires in an hour for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Brad Arnold is racing down I-70 to get in front of this other storm that produced a tornado warning near Jefferson City. This storm is still rotating. It still looks really impressive. It still has a hook. So we'll see what happens with that, as this is also eventually going to try to make it up there towards St. Louis. So there's going to be a train of strong storms come up through the St. Louis area over the next several hours. If you're watching right now from St. Louis, you got the downtown area got missed by this one, and it's about to be over for a lot of the areas on the northern side. But this is going to be a long night of severe weather for you. I just want you to know that. You'll get an hour break between this storm and the next one, and then there's going to be more behind that. At some point, it might even become a flash flood risk with all the rain that you'll be getting. So keep that in mind. It's not over whenever this storm is over. We currently just have one tornado warning, and it's the one here for St. Louis County, Missouri. Look at the hail accumulation in Maryland Heights. This is from Vinny. He sent this to me on Twitter. That's a lot of hail. It looks like it's plumb snowed. If you want to send me pictures like that, if you can do
Hey,
so
Ron, it's
safely,
Chris.
we don't
We're heading
recommend
up
you going out
towards
in hailstorms.
GPS is set to Jennings currently. If there was any rotation, it is just to my due north, and if it is, it's rain wrapped as of right now.
Chris Hall reporting that the base of the storm is no longer visible due to being wrapped in rain. So if we do have a funnel forming or something like that, we won't necessarily know right off the bat. Here's another incredible look at the ominous storm near Manchester, Missouri there. Just honestly a beautiful storm, but also a scary looking storm as it goes through the northern side of St. Louis, Missouri. Now moving into Illinois. Spanish Lake's about to get pounded by some heavy hail. The same story for you guys over there towards Oldenburg and Roxana in Illinois. This is what's coming for you. Still got the big hook on radar. Rotation right there. We'll see if this tries to produce another tornado as it moves off to the north and east. At Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter, if you want to send me stuff, feel free to tag me in newsworthy things as well. Make sure to also tag your local weather forecast office, please, if you're sending me novel reports, stuff that hasn't already been reported elsewhere. $14 ago, we got this update from the Storm Prediction Center. Training supercells will continue along a warm front from eastern Missouri into far western Indiana this evening. Big time hail, wind, tornado, and flash flooding threat for everybody in that big red circle there. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching two cells in northeastern Oklahoma right now. One of them near Stillwater. Just the north and east of Stillwater, Oklahoma, has come together quite rapidly with some rotation and now some pretty tight gate-to-gate rotation. Wouldn't be surprised if we did see a tornado warning with that. It is a little bit of an awkward part of the storm, so I question its validity as a radar analysis person. And the other one you'll see is definitely just to the northeast, and that is a Chonkin hailstorm with a very broad rotation, but pretty strong on both parts of the rotation, both sides. So I'm watching both of these storms right now. Neither are tornado warned. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a tornado warning with that Stillwater storm that's headed to the north and east toward Glencoe and Pawnee, Oklahoma. Just because we did get that last tornado warning in Oklahoma very close to the same location. So the conditions in the atmosphere do seem to be supportive right there.
All right, thank you very much. Guys, that was meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention from St. Louis, Missouri, way down here in Oklahoma. This is a big system. We've got widespread severe weather out here. Rotation south of Glencoe, moving towards West Point. That definitely looks concerning to me. We'll see if we get a couple more frames of that, if we get a tornado warning from the National Weather Service. I believe one of our storm chasers, Hunter, is near that storm. Let me see exactly where he is. He's just to the south of Pawnee. So let's take a look at his feed right now. This is a live look from storm chaser Hunter Hurley with a huge lightning bolt there. He is pointing us towards the storm that is rotating and that might try to produce a tornado here soon if it isn't already trying right now. Also, it looks like a situation where if it is producing a tornado, or if it will in the near future, it might be a rain-wrapped tornado. So definitely, if you get that warning out here, you want to take shelter very, very quickly. And another thing is both of these storms, the one that's coming towards Yale and Merrimack and Glencoe, and the big one up here to the north that's going towards Blackburn and Hominy, not only are these capable of producing tornadoes, but man, these are huge hail makers and damaging wind makers as well. So everybody needs to be paying attention to those severe thunderstorm warnings, even if we don't get tornado warnings with some of these storms here. But I'd be so surprised if we didn't with this. All right. So that's what's going on in Oklahoma. It's been a second since we checked in on Texas. What's going on in Texas? Still, big storm coming into the northwestern side of Dallas. Okay, it's not as big as it was earlier, but it's still carrying 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as it goes towards Denton and Flower Mound. Looks like Dallas and Fort Worth miraculously have found themselves right in the middle of like a split in this line. You might go without seeing too much in the way of severe storms in the downtown areas, but the north and southern side of the metro, from Burleson up to Denton and McKinney down to Waxahachie, all you guys are going to get a pretty decent storm as this line comes through. Big hail with the northern mode, mostly wind with the southern side moving into Glen Rose and Claiborne right now. Back up into Illinois. We've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. 1.5 inch hail moving into Arthur, Illinois. Inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving into Assumption, Illinois. Nothing tornadic there. The best chance of seeing something tornadic is going to come out of this storm here. That's right now dumping huge hail on Spanish Lake. And that's pretty much moving into Illinois right now towards Wood River, Glen Carbon, and Edwardsville. Still watching very closely our storm a little bit farther to the west as well, near New Haven and Herman. That one's still rotating pretty significantly, and it might try to produce a tornado as well. So we'll see what happens with that. Currently, it's just got a severe thunderstorm warning, 1.5 inch hail. Get ready for that in New Haven. Big storms in southwestern Missouri continue to look impressive. Wow, look at this. A lot of wind coming out of the storm, a lot of inflow coming into it. If we see this tighten up over time, this might be something that we have to watch out for some tornado genesis way down the road. But right now, this just looks like a huge wind tunnel and hail maker coming into Fairplay and Humansville and Bolivar. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, inch in diameter hail. Get ready for that. Storm chaser Steven giving us another awesome look at the arch there in St. Louis.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad again. That storm that is south of Herman, now that I've been on east of Jefferson City, it has cycled and it's going crazy again. We're starting to see a big RFD surge in there. Rotation is drastically increased. Headed down to Washington, Missouri right now, where I'm going to intercept it. Should be there just in time to be on the south side of it. Going to have to core punch though through it.
Okay, so that's Brad talking about the storm that is to the west of St. Louis right now. He's going to give us a view of that one. Hunter Hurley is currently in front of this storm, which continues to look very impressive. The last scan here on velocity is even more tornado-y looking than the last one. So, actually, that most recent scan is a little bit less convincing. But we definitely have a rotating storm here that has the capability of producing a tornado as it moves towards Merrimack.
Hey Ryan, this is Nick. I'm also on that same storm that Brad is talking about.
Okay, Nick Gorman. Nick Gorman is on that same storm that Brad's talking about. So we might need to get Nick up as well. And we'll just keep Hunter since he's in Oklahoma. We want to get as many angles of the biggest performing storms as possible and then spread out our coverage whenever things kind of slow down. I don't know if we'll have a slower moment, though, from this point on. I think that the sun's starting to set, and things are probably just now starting to ramp up as we enter the probably the middle stages of the coverage here. As it is 8:09 on the East Coast, 7 Central. We've been going for 3.5 hours. We will be here for several more hours as this storm continues to blow up. A widespread severe weather outbreak is currently underway from Texas to Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, a little bit of Kansas, Arkansas later. And it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. That storm that we were on that was coming towards St. Louis, it's completely went off the track. It's moving more northeast now. I don't see anything that's really interesting about it outside of some large hail. We're actually going to go north of probably Old Jamestown. Watching that storm to the west, it's on its own. See if that might try to do something, and if it don't, we'll mosey east with the rest of them.
All right, so that's Chris. He's saying that he's losing interest in our storm that's went through St. Louis. I think that that's a storm we definitely need to continue to watch it as it goes into Illinois, but it's certainly in a situation where it's not going to produce a tornado in the near future. I think that tornado warning for Ferguson and Jennings should be allowed to expire very soon. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for Hamel, Warden, and Alhambra in Illinois, so you guys need to get ready for some hail and some wind. But this is now becoming the superstar, the center of attention here for us, as it is now looking like something that could really try to produce a tornado near New Haven and Pinckney, Missouri. All of our storm chasers in St. Louis are probably going to try to rush over there to that one. Nick Gorman is on that storm, so I think we're going to get him up soon. It'll be interesting to see if I don't know if Jordan or Freddie or any of these guys, I don't know if they're going to follow that storm or kind of sit around St. Louis and wait on this one because it looks so impressive. Freddie has given us a wonderful, oh my goodness, a wonderful view of the structure of that storm over there in Madison County, Illinois. Now it's crossed over the border from St. Louis. Just a really crazy looking storm. It looks kind of trash on radar, but man, it has incredible structure. Yeah, we're watching the Herman, Missouri storm right now.
Cell service here sucks, but I'm going to do my best to keep you guys updated.
Is there a breathing noise? I don't know. Oh, yeah, there is. My bad. It was the video of the person. Somebody sent us a video of the storm, and that was playing in the background. My bad. Forgot to close out of it. Is it done? Is it gone now? Should be gone now.
Cell service here sucks, but I'm going to do my best to keep you guys updated.
How long was that going? Oh my God, that's terrible. Okay, if you're just now tuning in, we are watching a storm that's really trying hard to produce a tornado here near New Haven and Warrenton, Missouri. Unfortunately, this one's going to come up towards St. Louis as well at some point. I don't think it's producing a tornado right now, but it's really trying hard to. We got storm chasers on the way. They're going to give us a view of this thing as we get closer. I couldn't even hear it. I could not even hear it. Okay, we now no longer have any tornado warnings. The warning for St. Louis has been allowed to expire. It's been downgraded essentially to a severe thunderstorm warning, which will include Wood River, Edwardsville, Warden, and Hamel, Illinois. Now our attention is kind of focused back towards this Herman, Illinois storm. It's rotating. It's definitely capable of producing a tornado. Is it? I'm not sure. We've got storm chasers very close to the storm to try to give us a better idea of that, and we'll hear from them very soon, I'm sure. Let's go look at our storms in Oklahoma again, just to the north and west of Tulsa. Some really crazy storms. This one right here is going to try to produce a tornado, or at least some very strong straight line damaging winds in the Hominy area, Wyona, Oklahoma. Look at that convergence there. That is that is a powerhouse of a storm. Hominy, get ready. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for you, and it says tornado possible. It's got that tag on it, so keep that in mind. And then down here near Pawnee, we've got another area of rotation that could be a problem as the sun is setting. Lower level jet stream is getting more amped up. The ingredients are coming together now for this to theoretically switch from a hail only kind of hail focused risk to a hail and tornado and damaging wind risk. Lots of convective available potential energy out here. Lots of potential for downdrafts with these storms, even the ones that are moving towards Dallas and the ones farther south than that. Damaging winds are going to be a big time threat with some of those. And of course, this little complex of storms up here in northeast Oklahoma is going to be nasty in whatever hazard it decides to excel in. Yeah, lots of shear. You see, mezzo. Some of the areas where we have the most convective energy right now, we've got, if we can get a storm to pop up back here in southwest Oklahoma, that one's probably going to be pretty strong. The storms in northeast Oklahoma have quite a bit of energy to work with. We also have a pretty decent bubble of convective energy in south central Illinois. So those storms that are moving out of St. Louis right now, even though it looks like they are trying to kind of die off a little bit and weaken, I wouldn't write them off completely, as there's plenty of juice, plenty of energy for them to absorb as they ride the warm front to the east here. New Haven storm continues to look concerning. Rotation is getting more prominent. Mesocyclone is developing, still has a big hook. I would say that at some point we will probably see a tornado warning on this storm. Hopefully it weakens and we don't, but that's probably coming at some point down the line here. Hyper King, thank you. Hey Ryan, thanks for what you do. My support is to the Y'all Squad. Also, how is Louisville, Kentucky looking? Yeah, so Louisville, Kentucky, I think that you definitely got a chance for some storms tonight. But your best chance of significant severe weather is probably going to be tomorrow. So make sure you're paying attention to the weather tomorrow. I'll be here for you. James, thank you so much for that. We should be, I think all the storm chasers are going to Ohio tomorrow, so there's going to be hundreds of them there. I am on a volunteer fire department. I have everything. If I were you, I would just use whatever resources you have to assist your fire department, just in case there is a place with an emergency, or if people need rescued or something like that. In fact, I don't advocate for many people to storm chase at all anymore. Sometimes it's so popular, the roads become congested with people trying to track down these things, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. So I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. Especially in a place like Ohio. It's different. Sometimes in like Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas, where there's so much road and so much space. Ohio, these storms are going to be going through town after town after town. And, there will be some places where the terrain isn't even that good. There's some hills and stuff, and then a town, and then a river, and then a hill, and then a town. Like, it's not going to be a pretty situation over there. We've got heavy rain outside. What's going on? Oh, okay. Little bit tiny blip. And we've got some information from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'll go first. Elijah, you wait your turn a little bit here. I think that our cell near Hominy, Oklahoma, that is the northern one, northwest of Tulsa, does look very tornadic right now, unfortunately. It's sort of a book and spin up kind of structure here, so I'm not sure if this will be a long-lasting tornado, but that is one heck of a velocity signature. I'd be surprised if we do not see a tornado warning with this. It does look like one maybe ongoing now.
Absolutely. Wyona, this is something that could probably not last a long time, but if you're in Wyona, Highway 99, south and west of Wyona, watch out for that one. Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we have a report of 3.4-inch hail in Rome, Texas. And there is also a light pole that was blown over in Chesterfield, along with a few trees that are uprooted.
Okay,
Missouri.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Andy, you got something else?
Yeah, Ryan, I was going to add one more thing is that we now have a debris signature on the Hominy, Winona, Oklahoma storm. So this is an unwarned tornado ongoing right now, right along State Road, County Road 99. Is that correct?
Yep.
Take a close look at that one. It's headed right into Winona, Oklahoma.
And there's the tornado warning once again. Huge shout out to meteorologist Andy Hill for pointing these things out, minutes ahead of time. But we do have a tornado warning now for, let's see here, what's that going to be? Osage
A new
County,
tornado
Oklahoma.
warning has been issued.
So please take shelter if you're in Wyona or Barnsdall, Oklahoma. There's your debris signature. This is on the ground. It's been on the ground for a little bit now, and it could be coming in the general direction of Wyona, Pershing, Nalagoni, Barnsdall, Nichols, and Walco. Please take shelter. That is a nasty velocity signature if I've ever seen one. A lot of times, storms that come together like this one has, they don't usually last a long time, but we've definitely seen it happen where they do. So don't want to say too much about that. Let's just assume that this will be on the ground for quite some time and go ahead and take shelter in all of the places downstream from that warning there. Hunter Hurley is out there. He's a little bit to the west, though, so I don't think we have a view of this one right now. But, man, it is producing a tornado right now, causing damage just to the south of Winona. Sorry. Radar indicated with that first warning, but if we get one more frame like this, they'll probably update that. They will probably update that.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I'm about to core punch this Herman storm, so say a prayer for my windshield, and I should be on the southeast side of it here in about probably 10 minutes or so.
Brad Arnold is about to core punch the storm that still looks pretty impressive over there in Missouri. It's on its way over to St. Louis once again. He's going to give us an idea of how big the hail is in there, which it should still be pretty big. If you're just now tuning in, I do believe we have a tornado down on the ground here south of Winona. Oklahoma, moving up towards Barnesdall. Take shelter now. This storm has the ability, like the environment's pretty favorable in this area for a tornado. So it also could last a little while, all the way up towards Bartlesville. You guys need to be watching out for this segment, this line of storms, or this cluster of storms, because I think we're going to have a lot of problems with it for probably several hours as it goes up towards southeastern portions of Kansas. Also, the storms that are, kind of around Dallas and Fort Worth right now, if those kind of float up a little bit more towards the Red River Valley, I think those are also going to be entering a pretty favorable environment for, potential tornadoes. And then I still think that the storms that just passed St. Louis are decently primed to try to kind of reignite and maybe cause some more problems again with potential tornadoes in Illinois. It's not happening right now. But
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And we've got the confirmed warning now from the National Weather Service on this storm. And once again, this is producing a tornado. It has been for a little while now, and it looks like it's going to go hopefully just to the south of the small town of Winona, but we need everybody in that town to be sheltered, preferably underground, because it also could come up.
Hey Ryan, this is Freddie. I just got your message there. I didn't see much as that supercell tracked through St. Louis there. There was a wall cloud, but I didn't see any funnel or any tight rotation as it tracked through there. And we're still on that storm as it's tracking into Illinois, but right now there's not really anything low to the ground. It's a little bit elevated, but we're going to keep tracking it as it heads northeast and see if it can maybe reroute.
Okay, that was Freddie. The debris signature is still there on that most recent scan. It looks like it is going on just on the southeast side of Winona. So now we've got to worry about Pershing, Nelligoni, and Woolaroc in Oklahoma. You guys are next in line. Once again, out of all of these places right now, this is the storm that is in the best position to produce a tornado. The mode of the storm is not the greatest. If this was a supercell, it'd probably be a long track one. It would probably cause a lot of problems. This one still has the ability to cause a lot of problems, but hopefully the mode of the storm here will kind of disrupt the flow that is necessary to produce a tornado, because the environment out in front of this is really primed for tornadoes. So we've also got some more storms popping up a little bit to the south and west that I want to talk about here in a minute. But Andy's got something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, briefly, I want to talk about Denton County in Texas. This supercell here has produced a 3.4-inch hailstone, so almost 3.5-inch hailstone. And if you look at where the supercell is, it's right on that southern tip of the supercell, so it's right in the hook. And that just goes to show like every part of the storm is very dangerous with extremely large hail. You might look at the radar yourself here near Denton or to the south of Denton, right where I-35 splits is where it's going over the interstates now, and be like, oh, well, that's the worst part of the storm. We're almost out of it. And it crushes your windshield right there with the 3-inch hailstone. So please take proper shelter out in front of the storm due to the huge hail falling. We may see an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm due to that hail report there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got huge hail moving into the northern side of the DFW area. We're talking about Flower Mound, Corinth, Highland Village, Louisville, the Colony. We have an official report from from the public here. 3.4-inch hailstone measured east of Rome. Elijah told us about this. Now we're seeing it pop up here on our app, and yeah, I think that this storm is still capable of producing that as it goes to the south of Denton. Also, we just got an official severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Worth. You're included in this, so is Arlington and Burleson. This is a considerable severe 65-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75-inch hail. That's golf balls moving into the greater Fort Worth area, especially on the southern side, specifically Forest Hill to Burleson to Alvaro on I-35. Get ready. major tornadic storm here between Winona and Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Thankfully, this seems like a relatively rural area, but still, there's a nasty tornado going on in there, and it's rain wrapped. You can't see it. It's getting dark. This is a dangerous situation for any residents that might be in the path of this storm as it approaches Barnsdall. I would also be hyper weather aware in Bartlesville. This is you're way downstream here, but if this thing can maintain its balance for a little while, this might be a problem for people near Bartlesville. So keep that in mind. And this is in Oklahoma. It is once again raining here. Man, this little pesky storm just don't want to give up. Okay. All right. So I think we're about to see a lot of probably some more tornado warnings here. So before we get too deep in the weeds, I do want to mention we just got a new member, Carrie Joe. Thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member, and thank you to everybody who's become a Slight Risk member. If you're a member, we're gonna go do the solar eclipse. We're gonna go to the solar eclipse and do a live stream of that whole experience, and members only can experience it with us in the members only part of YouTube. So super excited about that. And I also want to remind you, if you guys remember me talking about Visi Solar, the glasses that you can wear to look at the sun during the eclipse. Today is the last day. Okay, today is the last day that you can order those and get them on time. So please, if you want to get a pair of those glasses, from what I've heard, a lot of them are going out of stock in places. Visi Solar. Okay, we should have links going out in the chat if you want to do that. I was reminded I needed to talk about that because some people were asking about it. Now, if you're just now tuning in, we do have one tornado warning. We're watching it. It looks very impressive, to say the least, on radar. And it could be coming right towards the Barnsdall area. And outside of that, we got a ton. I said a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. Some other places to watch out for tornado potential. This storm north of Springfield is one to watch. Right now, it's just a huge hail maker. It's a huge hail maker. We've got potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail moving up towards Camdenton and Lewisburg in Missouri. But look at the shape of the storm. This could start rotating here. We want to keep a very close eye on that. Beyond that, the storm that Brad Arnold is on, of course, is still a concern. It's rotating a lot. I mean, like, we've got, a big, broad rotating mesocyclone here. It's not producing a tornado yet, but it could as it approaches St. Louis. So once again, Wentzville, Missouri, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All the storms east of St. Louis have dropped below severe limits, but I would watch very closely this area, because if anything can kind of stay south of this mess, like for this storm, for example, it's going to have plenty of fuel here to sustain its ascent across the state. Flash flood warnings already popping up in abundance across Illinois as well. That's going to be a huge problem if we're already seeing flash flooding. So,
hey Ryan, you got a copy?
That's Chris. We'll go to him as soon as I finish this sentence. I believe what we're experiencing here is we had a tornado with this velocity couplet. That has since it's dissipated, and now we're probably going to see a new area of rotation kind of pop up here. That's going to bring us to likely another tornado. This is likely going to be a cyclical situation where we have maybe multiple tornadoes coming out of the same storm as it approaches Barnsdall, Ochelada, and Bartlesville. Y'all, please take shelter now. This looks like the most serious storm of the day so far. Chris Hall reached out to us.
Rotation coming right over my head.
Okay, let's pull up Brad Arnold's
There's a
camera.
funnel on the right side of the screen.
We've got a funnel on the right side of the screen. This is a live view from Missouri. This is the storm that is moving towards St. Louis, but is currently near Pinckney and Holstein. Okay, so that's Brad's camera, and we heard from Chris as well. Let's see what he's got. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Ron, I didn't mean to bother you. I'm east of St. Louis. That storm has completely lifted off the warm front. We're going to stay somewhere around St. Louis for a little bit. We're watching that storm out to the west. I think it may try to come together in about the same area as the St. Louis one prior. So,
yeah, unfortunately, a lot of you guys who just went through the whole situation of being under a tornado warning.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We're probably going to have to go through something similar here soon. We also now have a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County, Missouri, Polk County, Missouri. Wow. Holy smokes. And that's going to be for this massive storm here in Buffalo, Lebanon, Missouri. You're under once again, a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible with this storm. But the main thing is the 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it's baseball time again for the 5th time today, I think. We've got a very real chance of seeing baseballs coming from the sky, getting blown around at up to 70 miles per hour. That's an extremely dangerous situation. We've got to get into shelter. You've got to treat this as if it's a tornado warning if you're in Halfway, Buffalo, or Lewisburg, Missouri. You got to get to shelter now, especially get away from windows. Wow. And that's going to be for Dallas and Polk County, Missouri once again. Back over here to the storm that Brad Arnold is on. We saw what looked like a funnel there for a moment on his stream, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this thing is still, it looks like it could be producing so enough rotation to maybe warrant that. And it looks like it's trying to organize even more as it goes to the east. So we're watching very closely in New Male, Wentzville, and Lake St. Louis for another potentially tornadic supercell to come through. Back to our tornado warning in about it again. Oklahoma. This one continues to look incredibly impressive. We've got two main areas of rotation now. This is probably going to become the new main one. I am really concerned about Woolarock and Torpedo, and eventually, guys, seriously, Bartlesville, Oklahoma. This is a pretty populated area up here in northeastern Oklahoma. This thing is coming right for you. Okay, the storm is capable of producing a tornado. It looks like it's going to be capable of producing one for a little while longer too. So Bartlesville, get ready. This could be coming for you next. I'm also concerned about the tornado possibility with the destructive severe thunderstorm. Right now, still nothing really crazy on velocity, okay? But once again, looking at the environment out in front of it, it looks pretty favorable. If this thing can strike a balance, it might try to rotate enough to produce a tornado at some point during its trip over to Lebanon and the I-44 corridor here in south central Missouri. All right, this one's got a lot of energy, and it could try to produce a tornado at some point this evening. This is the time of day where it's really going to start. All of these storms are going to have a better opportunity or ability.
Hey, Ryan, I'm actually going to point to my east. I want you guys just to see how black the sky is. This is probably the darkest, one of the darkest skies I've seen in a long time. This is wild.
So this is a live view from storm chaser Brad Arnold of the dark skies that are associated with the big storm over there west of St. Louis that he's on. And look, by the way, just look at the multi-view here. It's the same time of day pretty much everywhere here. But Brad and Chris's streams look remarkably darker than everybody else's, and they're right in the same general area there. So let's go back to that storm. That storm continues to look impressive. Like that, we've got a rotating storm here. It might try to produce a tornado. We're watching it closely. The two areas that I'm most concerned about, though, don't get me wrong, this storm has the potential to produce a tornado. We're watching it. But man, it's much more of a concerning feeling looking at the environment out in front of the storm here in southwestern Missouri, the one that's moving towards Buffalo, and then especially our already tornado warned storm out here south and west of Bartlesville. It's going through a little bit of a cycle right now. I don't think it's currently producing a tornado. I could be wrong about that, so we need to stay in our safe spot in Woolarock. But man, this thing has the potential to really try to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Bartlesville. So get ready to take shelter up there. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Couple tornadoes possible tonight. Scattered hail up to 2-inch and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. That's going to include Indianapolis and Cincinnati. And this is for those training storms along the warm front that's expected tonight. Goes all the way till 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, the Visi solar glasses for the solar eclipse, they're made in the USA. Super, like it's hard to mess up a pair of solar eclipse glasses, but like they're definitely the best ones that I've seen. Look at this. Large hail from Rome, Texas. Robert, thanks for sending this in. That's some very large hail there. And Andy's got something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm looking at the severe destructive storm in southwest Missouri. It's headed into Buffalo, Missouri at the moment in Dallas County. I'm seeing that the rear flank is punching forward. I don't see any low-level rotation or even much of a mid-level rotation on that yet. But what I do see is the potential for, again, those very tough wind-driven baseballs that could do a lot of damage if this part of the storm continues to punch out forward as it enters Buffalo, Missouri. So that's my primary concern right now with this location. I think we could get quite a bit of hail damage.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning back in Oklahoma. We're going to take a look at that. That includes Bartlesville. So this is just a continuation of the tornado warning that we've been tracking in Oklahoma. Now Bartlesville, you're officially in the warning. So I would advise you to please take shelter immediately. Once again, out of all the storms that are currently ongoing, I'm most concerned about this one. Now, I'm also very concerned about the storm that Andy was just talking about. We've got baseball size hail falling out of this thing, and we're seeing what he called the RFD surge. You see how this part of the storm is kind of bulging out like this? We've got very strong winds pushing this way. A lot of hail is falling out into that RFD surge and then getting kind of like pushed almost as like a wall in this part of the storm here that's going to be coming towards Buffalo. So a wall of wind, rain, and hail that could be extremely damaging is about to move into Buffalo or areas near Buffalo, Missouri, and Reynolds, Cloverdale, and Windyville as well. You guys need to be watching out for this, as it looks like it's about to be a very serious situation there unfolding in Missouri. This storm eventually is going to try to produce a tornado. Okay, it just is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now all those places I just named off, you're under a tornado warning as well. Lebanon, Phillipsburg, Evergreen, all the way over to Adam Ford and Clark Ford and Lynchburg, Missouri. You guys are all included in that tornado warning. Once again, the environment out in front of this thing is primed for tornado genesis. It's going to happen at some point. It's just at what point in this warning box will it happen? If it's in your neck of the woods, you might as well be in your safe spot. You're going to wish you were if you don't get there now. Back to the Oklahoma storm, our rotation is still pretty broad here. We've lost the balance that we had back to the south and west of Barnsdall, but the whole thing is still trying to come together, and it will likely produce another tornado, maybe, as it gets near our Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. This time south of Fort Worth, Texas, the spin-up, or rather the line of storms is entering the South Metro here. And as it does, I'm starting to see a couple of areas that could be fostering some quick spin-up tornadoes, especially near Joshua and Godley on the southern rotation that's evident there. Has quickly spun up over the last frame, which they are 4 or 5 minutes apart. If the radar operators for KFWS are watching, if we could get it in sales mode, that would be really good and helpful to spreading information quickly as possible. But I just want to let you know ahead of time that is now looking like it's got spin up tornadoes. So y'all watch out ahead of time. Northern Johnson County, Texas, southern Tarrant County, Texas, as this line moves through.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention to the areas once again just south of Fort Worth near Claiborne. That signature right there is potentially a problem. Could be a tornado trying to form here near Joshua. Get ready in Marystown and Keene. For that, you guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning with 1.5 inch hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds possible. I would say there's going to be a couple places that see even higher winds than that with the pocket of increased velocity that we're seeing there approaching Joshua and Keene. Big storm coming into Fort Worth as well, the northern side of the warning here. Y'all get ready for that. Some hail is almost guaranteed as this moves through the downtown area. It does look like at some point this line here will impact downtown Dallas as well. We'll keep you updated on that as it continues down the line. Tornado warning out here for Lebanon. Okay, Missouri, this storm right here is looking nasty on radar. And the rotation is looking more and more impressive here. We've got a little bit of a velocity couplet trying to form here. It might not be long before this is planting a tornado down somewhere north of Buffalo and west of Windyville, Missouri. It's going to go towards Lebanon and eventually maybe as far east as Carroll Junction and Harold Ford. Okay, get ready for that. And then I just keep having to go back here to this Bartlesville storm because I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the next big kissing event, I guess you could call it. When this big red blob here gets real close to the big green blob here and we see the velocity couplet, the bright colors form right in the middle, that's when we're probably going to have our next tornado here. And unfortunately, it looks like it could happen right near Bartlesville. So hopefully everybody in Bartlesville is in their safe spot. Get to shelter now if you are in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. A dangerous storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning now in Texas. There it is. The exact storm that Andy was just talking about. Once again, Andy, magnificent job today calling these out before the warnings are even issued. South and west of Joshua, we've got that rotation now prompting the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning for Joshua, Marystown, Egan, Happy Hill, Alvarado, Pleasant Point, and Lillian. This does not include, either of the downtown Fort Worth or Dallas areas, but it's on the southern side. That's going to be in Dallas County and Polk. I'm sorry, not Dallas County. That's going to be in Johnson County, Texas. I'm sorry. Johnson County, Texas, you're under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. This also looks like a very concerning signature there just from looking at the velocity. So this could produce some damage here if we get some ground contact as it moves towards Marystown. Speaking of Dallas and Fort Worth, you've got a strong storm coming towards you as well. The tornadic part is well to the south of the downtown areas, but hail, wind, all that's going to be possible over the next couple of hours in Fort Worth, Arlington, and Dallas. Get ready. I want to go back up to our tornado warning in Missouri. Things are getting quite busy now. As you can tell, we're going to be jumping around a lot. The storm moving into Buffalo now still looks incredibly dangerous. Huge hail, likely battering down on Buffalo and areas just north. Some extremely large hail is also going to be possible here in the next few minutes in Tilden and Wendyville. Remember, we're talking about 2 and 3/4 inch hailstones, probably even some 3-inch hailstones with this one. That's going to cause big damage. That's going to cause some, a lot of damage. This is what we're talking about. Okay, so
hey Ryan, update for you.
Go ahead, Riley.
I'm not sure if you saw our latest outlook from the SPC. For some reason, it seems like Discord's having funky issues with embedding, but the moderate risk for today is canceled. And then as far as tomorrow event goes, the HRRR is trending where we're no longer seeing a really strong moisture recovery that was once modeled. So that means that tomorrow's event might be slightly less severe than what we thought it could be, but it's still definitely going to be significant.
All right. Let's take a look at that update here to the Storm Prediction Center outlook. Once again, like Riley just said, no more moderate risk. Looks like cloud cover and rain showers really dampened some of the storm growth in central Oklahoma, whereas I guess some of the larger hail was expected, but we certainly have seen we haven't seen any shortage of hail today with these storms. But it's important to note that the hail part,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
And we expected it to be over at this time anyways, right? Now we're transitioning over to more of the tornado threat, which they did maintain that 10% hatched risk of tornadoes from southeastern portions of Oklahoma up into central Missouri. Okay, so this is what we're going to be focused on for the rest of the evening. And then as far as tomorrow goes, I don't think we've gotten an update on that outlook given the most recent data. But as of right now, we still have that moderate risk up there in Ohio, 15% hatched risk of tornadoes up there, rare, and then big wind risk as well and hail risk all the way down into Kentucky and Alabama and Tennessee. So that's what we're talking about tomorrow. We'll likely be here tomorrow despite the small changes in the intricacies of the forecast. This is going to be a big storm for somebody tomorrow. We just haven't nailed down the exact, areas yet. So make sure you guys are tuning in tomorrow. If you live over here in the Ohio Valley, it's going to be a big time storm. Classic supercell here near Buffalo, Missouri. Andy's got something for us. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ryan, this was me. I clicked the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So the Dallas NOAA weather radio is currently offline.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. So it's even more important now to, if you guys know anybody in the general Dallas area, especially down here near where that tornado warning is, it's more important than ever to try to get this information out to them via word of mouth or by sharing it on social media or whatever. The NOAA weather radio very rarely goes offline, but when it does, that's a big deal because a lot of people depend on that to get warnings. So let's make sure everybody down here, regardless of how long the outage lasts there with the Dallas Forecast Center transmitter, But let's make sure everybody knows about the tornado warning currently in Johnson County, Texas. Storm still cycling up here near Bartlesville. Hopefully, it looks like the biggest part of the storm, the rotation, is going to move past Bartlesville before it starts producing another tornado. You're still about to get a huge storm in Bartlesville with some strong winds and hail, so get ready for that. But I think the rotating part is going to wait until it gets past you to produce another tornado. Now I'm worried about Delaware and Lenape, okay, up here in northeastern Oklahoma. I just retweeted the latest SPC outlook for tomorrow if you guys want to see that. We're going to check in on our storm here. So the storm that was looking really impressive over towards Jefferson City is looking a little less impressive now as it gets closer to St. Louis and Wentzville. We still got a severe thunderstorm warning for Wentzville, O'Fallon, and St. Paul. But it's quite a bit smaller and weaker, and it's certainly not rotating as much anymore. So hopefully that trend continues as it moves on off to the east. Definitely more robust storm way back here towards Buffalo. Man, that is a classic supercell hook echo if I've ever seen one. Yeah, seeing lots of pictures of the very large hail near Rome, Texas. Yeah, one of the reasons why, I'm concerned about the storm particular here in southwest Missouri is because the environment in front of it does look pretty favorable for tornadoes. And unlike the Bartlesville storm here, there's not a storm that's interfering with it. It doesn't have the near-term possibility of becoming multicellular or linear or any mergers, impacting it. So this is the kind of storm on a day like today that you really have to lock in on and hope that it just weakens out or enters an area of less favorable, cape or something like that. Because as far as shear goes and other parameters that would support tornadoes, there's plenty of it out there in front of that storm. And it looks like some new storms. Oh, yeah, some new storms are firing now in southwestern Oklahoma, which is, once again, an area that we talked about before, where if we saw some convection here, it's probably these storms are going to grow pretty significantly and pretty fast. And these are also going to be entering an environment that's very favorable for hail and maybe even tornadoes. New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have continued the Bartlesville tornado warning all the way out to Delaware and Nowata and Cody's Bluff, Oklahoma. Y'all need to be in your safe spots now. Again, I've been talking about this for a while. It's probably just going to take a moment for it to get its act together, but the storm is very likely, in a good position to try to produce another tornado in the near future. So it could happen near Nowata, Oklahoma, and if you live there, you want to make sure you're in your safe spot when it does. Sorry, I'm reading through some updates here. Also trying to see what other chasers we have out there as we kind of continue to move around the map here with where we're focusing. If you are just now tuning in, we do have a all-star team of professional storm chasers helping us, giving us views of the storms on the ground as they happen. It's getting dark, so it's getting harder to see. But lightning flashes a lot of times will illuminate the tornado if there is one to see. We've got currently a few tornado warnings, and I want to go through each of them with you. We've got one here south of Dallas. And that the rotation that originally sparked that warning, I believe, has let up quite a bit. But we do have a storm that's capable, of producing a tornado moving up towards Lillian, Venus, and Mansfield, Texas. So y'all should take shelter if you can. Fort Worth, you've got a big storm coming through right now. That's going to continue into Arlington, bring an 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next little bit. The storms up here to the north of Dallas have dropped a lot of hail. Like, this is where we've seen some of those really big hail reports, some 3.5 inch hail reports, close to softball, size hail in some of these places. But those storms have really died off a lot as they passed Denton. In fact, they're all below severe limits at this point. Up here, the farthest east severe warning we have right now is just to the west of Indianapolis, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Greencastle. 1.5 inch hail possible with that one. Storm approaching St. Louis is still rotating. It still looks like a cute little supercell here on radar, but it's nowhere near the monster it was about 50 to 100 miles to the west. So hopefully that trend continues and it continues to weaken. I'll tell you what's not weakening though, and it's our monster of a storm here near Lebanon. Reflectivity here over the last little bit has cooled down a little bit, but I believe that this thing's going to try its best to continue for quite some time as it approaches Lebanon and the I-44 corridor over there near Harold Ford and Gascoark. I hope I said that right. Bartlesville storm. Pretty intense in Bartlesville right now. Rotation area has kind of shot down to here, south of Hogshooter. We'll see if that's going to continue up towards Nowata, okay? Oh, and would you look at that? Surprise, surprise. Some decent rotation showing up on this storm south and east of Hominy now. Look at this. This is separate from
Ryan,
the storm in Bartlesville. Yeah, look at that. That looks like it could also be a problem here. So let's keep an eye out in Morgan's Corner. Who did I just hear from?
Ryan, this is Zach. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, what's up, Zach? It's Zach Hall. Another Hall, not related.
Hey, man. No, I haven't been super active today. I just spoke with Riley. I'm on a lone supercell now in eastern Oklahoma. I stayed back today because I like the tornado threat here more than central Oklahoma. I just want to let you know it's around 20 miles to my southwest. So watching that head my way right now. I'm near Stigler, Oklahoma.
Okay. All right. So Zach Hall is out there. We should probably add him to the roster. As we take a look at that storm, it is looking to me like that storm probably doesn't have much of a chance of producing anything in the near term, but if it sticks around long enough, it definitely could enter an environment that would be supportive of tornadoes there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we have a couple of reports from the Chesterfield storm. There are several trees that have been that are downed, and there is one that is reportedly splintered and snapped.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah, for bringing us that information. We were talking about that storm not too long ago. Very evident on radar that something was going on there, and now we're starting to hear the ground truth.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for the storm that we were watching down here near Hominy. We just pointed out the rotation on that one. Honestly, now that the warning is issued, the rotation looks less impressive. But it's in that same kind of environment that the storm to the north is. It has the ability to produce a tornado. It's going to continue to have the ability to produce a tornado all the way through the warned area. So Barnsdall, you guys are under a tornado warning again. Get to shelter now. We're up to 6 tornado warnings. We got one down there in Texas, a couple in Oklahoma, and we've got one in Missouri. And the Missouri storm is actually looking a lot less impressive now. Surprisingly, we'll see how long that lasts. Gabriella says, how's Eastern Kentucky looking, especially Louisville? I don't know about you guys. I personally, I think that Louisville's in the western part of Eastern Kentucky, at least, you know. No, but it's like you're under there's a chance for some storms tonight, a much bigger chance for some big storms tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow talking about Louisville, Cincinnati, that area. Yeah, these storms are headed in the general direction of Joplin. Some people were asking about that. I know we got people watching in Joplin. Obviously, so there's some people concerned about tornadoes in Joplin. I don't think that we have anything too crazy to be concerned about. But yeah, these storms are powerful. They're capable of producing tornadoes, and they will continue to likely be capable of producing tornadoes by the time they make it up there to you. So we're going to keep an eye on them for you. Yep, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, that'll be the area that we talk about tomorrow. We're not talking about y'all today because we've got tornadoes going on out west, and we've got to focus on that. We'll be here all day talking about the Ohio Valley tomorrow. Yeah, we've actually had a lot of wind reports today, a lot of hail reports. This is going to be definitely a classic severe weather outbreak. Getting continually more concerned with this little area right here to the west of Delaware. We've got to watch it closely. We'll give it a couple more frames before we start really thinking about what that could mean, but it lines up perfectly with a new little hook trying to form on this line here. Same thing for this. The rotation is starting to look a little bit more ample to the west of Skiatook in Oklahoma. These three storms right here are not ones you want to mess with in today's environment. The tornado warning over here in Missouri has been allowed to expire. I'm very surprised. Very surprised that this massive supercell has went from this to this in such a short period of time with seemingly nothing causing it. That would be blatantly obvious just from looking at the composite reflectivity. So we'll see if that recycles. We'll see if we get new convection that forms on the southwestern side. If so, those are going to be storms that we have to be very concerned about. Areas where storms have the ability to rotate right now would be in and around central Missouri up towards St. Louis, but that is a fleeting window. A better area, of the most primed area, in my opinion, for potential tornadoes is going to be from around the Tulsa area over up towards Joplin, but that could change. And then also we've got a couple of pockets of, interesting dynamics around Dallas. And then the new storms that are popping up back towards Lawton. These have a pretty unique ability to start rotating here soon, too. The Dallas tornado warning is still there. And the original area of rotation has dissipated. But now it looks like a new area of rotation is popping up here right inside of that warning. So we might have another tornado trying to form somewhere to the south of Midlothian, Texas. Look at that. Big surge of wind coming out of the storm here. If that can kind of get mixed in with some inflow, could see a tornado trying to form right there. Watch that closely. I'd be watching out if I'm in, once again, Midlothian.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. You got a copy?
Ward, Britton, Cedar Hill, or DeSoto. Chris is coming through. What's up, Chris?
We are in Alton. I think we're still in Missouri. We're right on the state line, if it is. Just to the south of Alton, I think West Alton. It's right on the river here. Watching this storm that's coming up through O'Fallon, just to the north or to the northwest of St. Louis. I'm gonna give this one a shot. If it tries something here in the next little bit, we'll be here for it. I think afterwards, I think we're gonna start moving to the east to get in position for tomorrow's storms. It's coming right up towards us right here. Just try to give it another shot for it. I can't talk. Try to give it another shot and see if it may lift off the boundary, or if it tries to do it again right around the river.
Sounds good. That's Chris Hall's plan. So we're going to stick with him as he explores the storm that's over there around St. Louis. Rotation here north of Delaware still looks pretty concerning. Tornado warning is in effect. Make sure you guys are in your safe spot. Severe thunderstorm warning now for the storm that Zach Hall is on. And we've got Zach Hall up now. So once again, all of the storms, man, we've got them all covered here. Huge shout out to Michaela Turner for the very generous $20 super chat. How's Robinson, Illinois looking? I don't know where that is, but I will look it up for you. Thank you for the support. Robinson, Illinois. Right now, it's looking like there's some storms to the north. Nothing crazy. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch tonight. There's going to be a couple rounds of storms that come through. In fact, the storms that are impacting the St. Louis area and Jefferson City area right now will move over you. I think the biggest threat for you guys tonight is going to be flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you are paying attention to that. Is Central Ohio going to be okay? Yeah, Central Ohio is going to be just fine. There's a chance of some severe storms tomorrow with a higher than usual risk of tornadoes. We don't know the exact details on that just yet. It'll look, earlier model runs looked like we could have a a pretty significant tornado situation. But that'll waffle back and forth. We'll see different model depictions of what could happen tomorrow until we finally get to tomorrow and it happens, and that's when we'll finally know what like what's gonna happen. So the best thing to do is not worry, don't be scared, rather prepare for the worst, and be with me tomorrow as we guide you through, hopefully, storms not coming to your house specifically, but yeah, don't be scared, be prepared. Andy, what's up?
Hey Ryan, still watching that Dallas severe thunderstorm. Looks like that acceleration of winds has continued, and now we have up to 80, 85 mile an hour winds, less than 1,000 feet above the surface. So that easily will translate down to the surface if we do about 10 miles an hour removed for 1,000 feet. I think 75 mile an hour gusts are easily happening right in that pocket around Venus, Texas, and that will head pretty close to Waxahachie here. So I know that's a pretty populated area, and especially along I-35 East, if this wind burst, this wind bag, as Reed would put it, continues, then we'll get some damaging winds right in that area. So heads up ahead of time. I expect this severe thunderstorm warning to be upgraded.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention to this pocket of wind here, causing some problems near Venus. Watch out in Mountain Peak, Midlothian, Ward, Sardi, Waxahachie, Oakleaf, all these places. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it does look like some extra severe winds are possible with that pocket of wind right there and that coming out of the storm. This is a very strong storm south of Dallas here, all the way out to Ferris and Ennis. I would be watching out a little bit later for some damaging winds, tornado possible, and all that kind of stuff. The storms out here in southwest Oklahoma are exploding. These were nothing just moments ago. Now we've got a huge band of really intense convection, lightning, thunder. These will start promoting severe thunderstorm warnings soon. We will be relaying those to you. Big time storm, big severe thunderstorm warning over here in southeastern Oklahoma. And we've still got a couple tornado warnings up here. There was actually a report of a tornado southeast of Hominy earlier. And now that tornado warning is for Avant and Skiatook, but the rotations died down a lot. Same thing with the storm up here near Delaware, Oklahoma, but these are still just so capable of producing a tornado. So don't let your guard down if you're in either of these warnings. Lebanon storm is trying to suck in some more air here. Some inflow coming into the storm. We'll see if that gets us going again. Do you foresee a tornado warning in Tulsa? Not in the very near future. No, we've got storms forming back towards Oklahoma City that'll come up towards Tulsa later. But I don't think that in the very near future we have anything crazy to worry about. It's pronounced Skytook. My bad. If you're new here, it's inevitable. I will mispronounce your town name. I apologize in advance. Interesting mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Pretty much in line with what we've been saying here. The tornado threat is increasing this evening in an area between Bartlesville, Tulsa, and then over towards Springfield and Joplin. Okay, so that's kind of the target area right now. If there was to be one in terms of where we expect the greatest activity to be over the next little bit. Right in this circle here. Yeah, all of Oklahoma, especially on the eastern side, is still going to be hit by storms tonight. Jefferson County, Missouri, I don't know exactly where that is, but if it's near Jefferson City, there's definitely some more storms on the way. It's going to be a similar situation to St. Louis, where it's going to be a long night of severe weather. You're going to be dealing with on and off storms for probably the rest of the evening. The strongest storms, I believe, have passed you. I think that there's the storms that form to your south and west will probably reach their maturity and then start to fizzle before they make it all the way to Jefferson City. So we'll see about that. I don't know where Branson, Missouri is, but once again, I just want to show you all the risk. Hopefully you know where your town is on a map. If you're in the orange, you're under a severe weather risk tonight, an elevated risk of severe weather, hail, wind, and the little bit of a tornado chance too. So just keep that in mind. The light yellow, that's a slightly lesser chance. The dark green, even less. But everybody needs to be weather aware tonight. If you had a NOAA weather radio, you could probably sleep a little bit more sound tonight. But if you want to stay up with me, I'll be here for the next several hours relaying information and warnings as that comes out. Unfortunately, I can't do a specific forecast for everyone's town that they're calling out. I really do. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could. Thank you all for all the support. Dude, the chat is unusually active right now. it's really hard to kind of keep track of the messages as they go by. So once again, I do want to apologize if it seems like I'm ignoring you or something like that. I promise I'm not. Northwest Arkansas is included in the enhanced risk of severe weather. Because you're looking at it. Yeah, if you guys ever see my head go this way, I'm looking at chat. Radar, Discord, Storm Chaser feeds, Andy's face. I've got a lot of monitors in front of me. Oh, it's on slow mode. It's on extreme slow mode already. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hendricks County, Indiana. Getting close to Indianapolis, that severe storm with 1.5 inches hail. It's probably going to make it into Indianapolis there. Get ready for that. Sorry, reading lots of information here. Getting caught up. We still have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm definitely not kind of cooling down from like looking at that. But there's a lot of other stuff I'm wanting to keep up with as well. Including the forecast for tomorrow, which we will touch on again here shortly. Storm south of Dallas continues to look impressive. Waxahachie, you're about to get that big wall of wind right now. The rotation on the Bartlesville storm, that's kind of went downhill quite a bit, which is good news because the environment out in front of it is so favorable. Same thing for the Lebanon storm. Hopefully the trend continues and we don't see any more upticks with these storms. And we just kind of get this big wishy-washy warm front rainmaker. I am a little concerned about our storms that are popping up over here west of Oklahoma City, but they look pretty linear at this point. So yeah, just keeping an eye on everything. We're going to be here until we feel like we're no longer needed, and we're going to get some rest for tomorrow. But we're still going to be here for a little while to see if anything happens with these storms right here. Huge shout out to Kindly Kayan for the 5 gifted. I hope I said that right, Kian. And major huge shout out to Jesse Brooks for the $100 super chat. Says, thanks for all you do to keep us safe and informed, guys. Everybody say thank you to Jesse. If it wasn't for Jesse, we've been live for 5 hours now. That's something like 40 commercials that would have ran in a normal program. Thanks to people like Jesse, we don't have to do that. And we can still have nice things like professional storm chasers, bottled water. It's It's, the necessities. Holy smokes, Heather has been here for 36 months. What time are you going to live tomorrow? I don't know. I think probably somewhere between 2 and 5. So I don't know yet. But it'll probably be earlier than today, I think. We'll look at that here in a minute. Jamie, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Holy smokes. Joe Burns has been here for over 2 years, an extreme risker. I really hope that this does not progress forward, and I hope and pray for everyone. However, Ryan, do you think that you can do a Ryan cast for Western Pennsylvania tomorrow? Yes, we're going to look at all that here in a moment. Debbie Moore gifted 50 memberships. Debbie, thank you so much for that. That's huge, and congratulations to the 50-some people now that have free memberships. You guys will get to be there for our members-only live stream coming up on April 8th. As Chandra, myself, and, Austin, and, Carly, and everybody here at the Weather House packs up and goes to experience totality in the shadow of the moon. We're going to share that experience with y'all in the members-only live stream. We currently have no tornado warnings. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. We're going to continue to cover those, including the new one that just got put out for Jefferson City. 60-mile-an-hour winds on their way. Get ready for that. Big shout out to Derail Gaming. Derail Gaming. That seems like somebody that would like some subscribers. If you like gaming, go subscribe to Derail Gaming. And if there's anything on his channel that's just that's not great, I don't know him. All right, but I'm still shouting him out. He's got my endorsement. Alex, thanks for becoming a member. Gary, thanks for becoming a high risker. You guys are being crazy this evening with the support. Really do appreciate it. You don't have to do it. It's not necessary. But it's appreciated. Dylan says, I'm from Ashtabula, Ohio, and I'll be watching to make sure my family is safe tomorrow. All right, let's take a quick look. Let's take a quick look at tomorrow, and I'm going to read all of your all's I'm going to read all of it, but I do want to look at this for tomorrow, okay? I think we've got a new run of the HRRR. Let's take a look at it. 0Z HRRR continues to show our storms tonight kind of congealing into a big multicellular linear system that rides the warm front across Illinois, Indiana, into Ohio, eventually into Pennsylvania. And that's going to cause flash flooding problems tonight. But let's see what's happening here tomorrow around noon. Around noon, we've got our new storms forming a little bit earlier than earlier model runs depicted. Back here in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, way down into Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi. And the storm mode looks a little messier here. So we don't have that pretty line of the perfectly arranged supercells like we did in the 18Z run, but we still have isolated significant convection all around Indiana and Ohio, down into northern Kentucky, and even the broken line segment in southern Kentucky down into middle Tennessee looks more impressive on this run than the previous run. So I certainly don't see any cause for relief from looking at this. And I don't think that we'll see any sort of major decrease in the outlook for tomorrow based off of this information alone. We still have incredibly elevated, significant tornado parameter values for this part of the world, and it's even more aligned with the storms. You see, earlier the run that we were looking at where we had all the pink, all of the really high STP values in central Ohio. We got to remember that there was no convection on top of that. You know, there was a line of supercells trying to catch up with the side of that of those ingredients from the west. But this shows all of the convection kind of popping up in the middle, in the heart of where we're going to have the bulk of the shear, the convective energy, and the high dew points. So I still see, this is a different solution than what we were looking at earlier, but this is still an incredibly concerning solution that if this is how it ends up, or if the other way, if either of those solutions are what we end up with tomorrow in reality, we are going to have a significant severe weather a day for people in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, all the way down into Alabama and Mississippi. So let's make sure that everybody out there is hyper weather aware tomorrow, because I still think we're going to have a big severe weather outbreak. Let's see. What else? What time does the day 2 update? I don't even. If I do the thing in Discord where it pops up that image. Day 2. Okay, so. Okay. It'll be 2 a.m. And then day 1 will be. Okay, I see. Oops, sorry. Lisa Martin, thank you for the 10 gifted. There's close to 100 gifted members today. That's awesome. Oh yeah, Allie, our graphic designer and now TikTok live producer, is also going to be there. An editor, wears many hats here, but is also going to be there with us in the solar eclipse live stream. Riley's been a member for 25 months, also a dedicated team member here. Says, in honor of my 25 months, can you stick your finger up and say, "What's up, brothers?" Absolutely. Delvis, thank you for the very generous super chat. Gosh, you guys are just it's overwhelming reading the chat right now. Seriously, thank you. I'm going to read all of this. I'm probably not going to make it all during the live stream, but all this stuff is archived and I can look at it later. Low End University says Shreveport has been unusually quiet for severe weather this year, but I know it'll come eventually. Here's an advance thank you for the amazing coverage. Low End University, thank you so much for that. Storm chasers are out there. Not, we see lightning in the distance. We see storms. But as far as tornadic activity goes, right now we're certainly in a lull. So we'll see how long that lasts. We'll give it another. At least. I don't know. We'll be here for a little while to see if anything starts popping off. If not, then at some point this evening, obviously, we will start to wrap up the stream and get some rest for tomorrow. Rusty Mechanic, thanks for the 5 gifted. Can you check Bartlesville? Yeah, the storm, the biggest part of the storm is to your east now. You don't have anything to worry about in Bartlesville unless something happens with these storms a little bit to your southwest, which will eventually move up in your area. It's going to be a long night of severe weather in Bartlesville as well. Big storm, once again, moving into Jefferson City right now. Get ready for that. Yeah, I actually think that based on that last run of the HRRR model, I would say that if that was how the day actually went tomorrow, the tornado threat has actually increased in central Kentucky, southern Indiana, and extreme southern Ohio. It certainly, if it goes the way that we saw on that run, it did decrease a little bit in maybe more central Ohio up into northwestern Ohio into eastern Indiana. But I think that we actually saw a significant increase in the concerning look of that a little bit farther south. Rusty, thanks for the 5 gifted. We're going to have so many people with us during the eclipse. What's up, brothers? Yeah, everything that I saw there was still on track for. I mean, it's just classic.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris.
Ohio
If you
Valley
got a little minute
trackers.
free, no rush.
That was Chris. Let's hear what he's got. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, we're done for the night. We're gonna go east. I'm honestly thinking I'm gonna go for Louisville, Frankfort area in Kentucky tonight. Try to get some sleep. Get up in the morning and see what the morning models say. But I'm telling you right now, looks like Central Kentucky, Western Kentucky is absolutely lighting up with supercells. So I would not be 100% surprised to see the red Sharpie pushed a little bit farther to the southwest. But we'll see come, I guess, the next update, I think, is what, 2 a.m.?
Yep.
I don't even know what time it is. Yeah, I think it's like 2 a.m., but yeah, we're heading east. We're going to try to get there in a timely manner.
Amazing. Chris Hall travels the U.S., keeping us. He's here with us almost during every single stream. He's been in every state almost tracking tornadoes, and now he's going to be in Kentucky tomorrow with us as we track more severe weather tomorrow. And he's finished for the night. And I want everybody to know that the severe weather is certainly not over for tonight. But it does look like it's calming down a little bit. And maybe the focus is going to start to shift towards tomorrow in a big way as we prepare for what that could be. Oh, Chandra gifted 50 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. My goodness, Chandra. Oh, holy smokes. So there we go. Now we're getting close to pert near 200 members that have just gotten free memberships tonight. That's crazy. That's huge. And seriously, congratulations to everybody that's gotten a membership, and super huge shout out to Chandra, director of our Y'all Squad nonprofit organization back there, just being super generous with her own money. Super awesome, Chandra. We've got news. Let's hear it, Elijah. What do you got?
Hey Ryan, so we have 2 delayed reports that came in from the observed tornado that happened north of Tulsa. One of them, a semi was rolled over and the occupant was trapped I don't know if they are freed yet, but that was from the fire department. So there definitely was a tornado that occurred.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. That's very valuable information. We will probably get some confirmations on some touchdowns tomorrow or the next day as the National Weather Service, even like official confirmations, from the National Weather Service as they go out there and survey tomorrow or the next day. And I will be sure to keep you all updated on that, and with retweeting stuff, and of course. Elijah will probably have some stuff on that in the Discord server. If you guys, you'll find the information somewhere if you follow along with us. So feel free to join the Discord server, and of course follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all Ryan Hall Y'all. If you want to follow me on all platforms, you can keep up with me there. But mostly, just to be honest, I'm most active on YouTube, especially during severe weather. I'm live here, posting updates before and all that stuff. Johnny Cook, thanks for the gifted. The Wood Jab, thank you. Trevor Holt, I appreciate you and your team as y'all saved me from going straight into the Whiteland, Indiana tornado last year. Keep up the awesome work. Trevor, thank you for that. I'm happy you're okay. Bowling Green, Kentucky tomorrow. Some storms. The biggest storms will be to the north and east of you. Carrie says, Ryan, I'm in Dayton, Ohio. We don't have a basement. Should we be hanging out at a friend's house who has a basement tomorrow? Last one scared me. So that's completely up to you. If you live in a home, a home, not a mobile home, if you live in a home with a block foundation, especially if it's a well-built home with anchor bolts or something like that, you don't have to leave. Even if you don't have a basement, you don't have to leave. You can take shelter in the most interior room of that home, in an interior bathroom or closet. And most of the time, you're going to be fine. If you do want that extra layer of protection, though, and you know somebody that'll let you hang out tomorrow, you guys can have a tornado field day, field trip, hang out, watch movies. Don't watch Twister, whatever it is that you want to do. I don't know, but like if that's something that you have the ability to do, and it's fine, and it's not going to cause you or the other person like significant stress or problems, then yeah, I would definitely do that. Otherwise, you can stay home. I really don't want to sit here and holler about, how scared you should be of tomorrow. And, even though we do say be prepared, this is going to be a big deal. I really don't want to encourage anyone to potentially overreact. And just stay tuned to me or your favorite weather dude or the National Weather Service or all three of us. And just have a plan. If there's a tornado coming for you, if you're watching my stream, a lot of times you're going to know quite a bit before it gets there. So, have a plan. Know what you're going to do whenever things look like it's getting real, and then enact that plan. And you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So yeah, the risk for severe weather, I think, has increased a little bit for areas in central Kentucky down into middle Tennessee. It's not, you said explode. I don't think it's going to explode per se, but it's higher than what we originally thought. So, it just it's uptrending for central Kentucky, the event. But it could, these model runs are crazy, man. It'll uptrend, downtrend, At this point, it's important just to look at the general forecast and understand that we're going to know a lot more tomorrow. Louisville, Kentucky here. How are we looking? Louisville looks like you're going to get missed for the most part by the strongest storms. Those will be mostly to the east of you, but there's still certainly a chance of tornadoes tomorrow, and you've got to be hyper weather aware. Louisville will be one of the first places that gets hit by the storms, I believe. Will Eastern Illinois be in the all clear? Eastern Illinois will get a lot of storms tonight. Flash flooding is possible. Tornado threat tomorrow looks like that's going to be on the lower side for eastern Illinois, but certainly it's still there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Fort Smith, Arkansas, looking for tonight. It looks like there's going to be some storms, some lightning, some thunder, some wind, but I think for the most part the big risk is over. I don't think that you guys are going to get what we're expecting tomorrow, or like what we expected earlier this evening, for example. It just make sure you have some way of getting warnings, okay? Crystal says you might not see this. I did see it. Thanks for that. Kinsey, our online store manager, says thanks so much to everybody that bought a weather radio tonight. Apparently, a lot of you guys went over to shopryanhall.com and got prepared for the next storm by getting what I call a smoke detector for tornadoes in your home, NOAA Weather Radio. So huge shout out to Kinsey for keeping up with the store, Austin for shipping out the orders, and you guys for helping us with that. That's super awesome. You could have went to Target and got it, but you got it from me. I appreciate that, and I know that you. And it really does mean a lot. Tomorrow, we've got a NOAA Weather Radio here in the Weather House, and you'll probably hear it going off like crazy because right here in like where I'm broadcasting from, we are under a enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow. The storms will eventually make it here, and yeah, that thing's going to be going crazy. So you'll see it in action. If you haven't seen one in action before, you will see it tomorrow. We've got one of the deluxes, and we've got one of the WR120s here at the Weather House, ready to go. Weather radios should be a requirement in every house in the United States, especially in the places that are expected to see severe weather today and tomorrow. Just like a fire alarm or a smoke detector is required in buildings, these things are just as handy, just as useful. You can be asleep, tornado warnings issued. It's loud, man. It's very loud. It will wake you up, and it will tell you exactly what's going on. Flash flood, severe thunderstorm, tornado. Where is it? Where's it going? All that good stuff. It's an amazing piece of technology that is unfortunately overlooked by lots of people. Hardly anybody has one of these things. It seems like it's old technology. It's like, oh, I got my phone, man. You don't always have your phone, man. Even though there are some instances where the weather radio, transmitter can go down for a brief period of time, it's much more likely that you're going to get that warning to your phone or to your weather radio device when the power's out and during a tornado than a smartphone notification. You know what I mean? So. Those radios do have adjustable volume on them. They do. You can adjust the volume. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, a little bit of a break period there, right? But I'm taking a look here at the southeasternmost corner of Kansas here near Faulkner, Sherwin, and Columbus, Kansas. That's just the west of Joplin here. Very pretty strong mesocyclone there, evident from the Tulsa radar, and a bit of rotation also evident in a tight pocket from the Springfield radar. So, since it's pretty far away from a radar, I co-located it from two, and it does seem like that is a legitimate rotation that I'm seeing there. Despite its appearance being, rather side-lobed and in clear air, I think that this has a chance of being tornado warned if the National Weather Service decides to do so as a preventative measure, since we're looking over a mile up in the storm.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Looks like we've got another area of interest to keep an eye on to the west of Joplin. This is the same complex of storms that caused us some problems earlier near Bartlesville, all the way down towards Nowata and Barnsdall, way back towards Hominy. It's been traveling for a while up into southeastern Kansas now. There's your rotation. Big mesocyclone here, like Andy said. This could try to produce a tornado, or at least warrant a tornado warning from the National Weather Service here soon that might include places like Scammon, Weir, and Ashbury. Currently, though, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're watching this corridor of storms very closely. Just real quickly, let's check in on our other storms. Some linear outflow dominant stuff is moving through Jefferson City now with 60 mile per hour winds. Pretty strong winds, actually, moving through Jefferson City towards Lynn. That's eventually going to make it over towards St. Louis. And that's eventually going to make it up there towards Taylorsville and Decatur, Illinois, where we already have a bunch of flash flood warnings, okay? That flash flooding is going to be a big deal tonight, I think. Indianapolis, you're about to get hit by a train of pretty strong storms here as well. And, the storms south of Dallas continue to look interesting. In fact, outside of the potential tornado threat up here in southeast Kansas, moving into southwest Missouri, it's in second place of storms that we have to watch out for maybe potential tornado genesis. It's going to be these storms south of Dallas right now. Now, it's not looking extremely concerning at the moment, but it is certainly in an atmosphere that could promote that. It could promote inch hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds, which is almost guaranteed if you're in Kaufman or Canton in Texas.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, it's Brad. I just want to let you know I cut my stream. I'm headed east. Going to try to stay in close to Indianapolis tonight and get set up for the chase tomorrow. So I've cut the stream, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good, Brad. Thank you so much. We will talk to you sometime tomorrow. Philadelphia WX says, I collect weather radios. I have 14. They are worth the harmony when they go off. What? 14? That would probably drive me crazy. But I'd say it's probably an experience when they all go off at once. ATX Dub says, do you have a recommendation on a tower cam / weather station? I don't have a recommendation for you on a tower cam. Okay. In fact, I just made a huge investment. I just bought a tower cam and put it on a daggone tower on the top of a mountain, and it's already stopped working. So I definitely don't recommend that one. And that's the only one I know. But as far as a weather station goes, I have a bunch of these. They're on all of our storm chasing vehicles. They're on our weather tower, and all that kind of stuff. It's another thing what you can get other places, but if you want to support us, you can get it on shopryanhall.com. If you go to weather equipment and weather stations, we've got the Tempest weather station. It's $300. It's not cheap, okay? But it is in my opinion, it's the best home personal weather station you can get. It's very cool. It's very awesome. It's easy to install. It doesn't look like a big doomaflachi. It looks I mean, you can barely, if you mount it just right, you don't really know it's there. Okay. So yeah, weather flow, tempest, weather system. That's the one I recommend. This is what it looks like. Let me show you the back end here. Of course. Hold on. Let me get logged in. Okay, I'll have to show you tomorrow, I think. No, here it is. Okay, this is the back end. This is what it looks like. So you can put this up on a computer screen or on your computer, and it's live updating. You got an app on your phone that shows you the live temperature, dew point, humidity, barometric pressure. It shows you the lightning strikes that have occurred around your house and the distance. So 3 hours ago, we had a lightning strike about 25 miles away from my house. And there's been one total lightning strike in the last 3 hours. That's a cool stat to be able to keep track of. Currently, winds south-southwest 3.9 miles per hour, no precipitation. We've had about a tenth of an inch of rain today, less than that yesterday. UV index, yada, yada, yada. It's all cool. This is all real time, but I can also click on any parameter and go back in time and look at the temperature in my backyard exactly for the past 8 months or however long I've had this installed. So pretty cool stuff. And like there are other things that do this same thing, but not as good and not as clean and not as nice and easy as the Tempest weather station does. So that's why I recommend it. Zooming back in on our storm here in southeastern Kansas, the rotation's still there. It's not yet worthy, I guess, of a tornado warning. So we'll see what happens with that. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way up to Nevada, Missouri. Joplin, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning just yet, but there is a pretty decent storm about to come into Joplin, probably with some hail and some winds. So get ready for that. Yeah, I think the stream tomorrow for the severe weather outbreak in the Ohio Valley will start. Don't hold me to this, but right now I think it'll start around 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. And we'll go all the way likely until 10 or 11, something like that. Peak time for potential tornadic activity is probably going to be from right around 3 to 8. Can we get a location on Brian? I don't know where he is. Nevada? Okay. VTI Studios, that's a good question. Unfortunately, my answer is just going to be make sure you tune in tomorrow. There's no possible way I could give you anything useful other than there's a good chance of some big storms tomorrow starting around 2 p.m. From there, I really don't know what else, we can say other than just prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and then just stay updated throughout the day tomorrow, and I'll be here for you. Yeah, the storm coming into Joplin is, it's probably, there's eventually going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Joplin, but currently there isn't one. But you're probably starting to get some rain and some thunder and stuff over there. I'm trying my best to read the chat. It's just not working that well. Yeah, we do have multiple tornado watches. I'll go over all those in a moment. It'll be interesting to see the day one update for what the final outlook will be tomorrow, and I'll have that retweeted as soon as it comes out on Twitter. Any more concerns for Wentzville tonight, just north of St. Louis? So yes, I do think that the worst of the severe weather is over for the most part. However, we've got a train of storms that'll move over the area through the next several hours. That will cause a lot of rain, maybe some flash floodings, a little bit more hail, some wind. So just keep that in mind. I'm trying my best to read this stuff. Never a good thing when you see your town on the map. That's exactly right. If I'm not talking about your town, that's a good thing. I know there's a lot of people upset with me because I'm not talking about North Carolina or like Florida or Colorado. I'm sorry. Just know that it's good that I'm not. Tempest, we've been pretty fortunate to be missed by most of the bad weather. Let's pray that holds up. Ghost Skies, what's the word in Southeast Indiana? Oh, Southeast Indiana tomorrow looks pretty gnarly. Looks like there's going to be some potential tornadoes. Make sure you are paying attention to the weather tomorrow. Do those mobile alarms work? Yeah, you can put them in a truck. Yeah, it's got an antenna on it. It'll just read off of the closest one. We've got them in our truck, our storm chasing truck. Aaron says, my adrenaline has been in overload in St. Louis tonight. Thank you for keeping me updated. No problem, Aaron. I hope we didn't scare you or anything. There were just a couple of big storms heading your way. You fared good, yeah, and you'll be fine for the rest of the night. And hopefully tomorrow, all the action will be to your east and you can rest calmly as the cold air comes in. It's going to get freaking cold behind this thing, guys. Might even have a big snowstorm up in the northeast. Cincinnati is in the risk tomorrow. Let me show you all that again. The risk for tomorrow. We won't get an update on this, I don't think, for a little bit. But I don't expect it to change much. I think if the next update, it seems to me like they go off the convective allowing models quite a bit. So given the most recent updates, I think that if anything was to change at all, maybe the northern part of the risk gets shaved a little bit and expanded to the south. I think the threat in Kentucky, central Kentucky especially, north central Kentucky, has increased. Buffalo, yeah, you're good. Oh, apparently there's a time traveler that says there's going to be an EF6 on April 6th. I can't wait to see if that one. I can't wait to see what happens with that one. Anybody want to make any bets? I'm kidding. That's not. Of course, that's not going to happen. That's not. No, stop. Addison, can you check the south side of Indianapolis? Of course I can. Are you kidding? It's the least I can do. Flash flood warnings are breaking out on the west side of Indianapolis. South side looks pretty dry right now, but that's going to change. It's going to start raining, and flash flood warnings will likely be issued all around Indianapolis before the morning, or especially before the big storms tomorrow. How many April Fool's jokes have been made so far in this stream? None. We were actually concerned that maybe some people would not take it seriously. Some of the warnings today because it's April Fool's Day. So it wouldn't be in our best interest to make any April Fool's jokes. Still a lot of uncertainties tomorrow. Morning convection could, change a lot of things. It did today. Maybe not morning convection, but just extra convection. So we'll be hoping for that. But, instability from sunlight isn't going to be incredibly necessary tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of other mechanisms that can lift the warm air at the surface up. A significant weather outbreak is still quite probable during the afternoon hours tomorrow. Can you discuss the potential eclipse severe weather outbreak, please? Oh, man. I don't... What? Is that a thing? Well, I don't think that... I don't see anything that suggests that there's going to be a big severe weather outbreak during the eclipse, but... Man, unfortunately, the latest GFS shows a big rainstorm right over the path of totality. Oh my God. The white is cloud cover around... Oh, sorry. I'm not showing the right thing. The white is projected cloud cover from the GFS. I'm going to try to freehand this. Something like that. But that's not good. Pretty much everywhere would be cloudy if the GFS is correct. And unfortunately, the signal for this system in particular has been very consistent now. So there will be a rainmaker in Illinois. How much clear sky we get in Texas and New York, Vermont, that's still up in the air. I'm not sure. Oof. Ryan, have you been in a lot of sun lately? Not a lot, but more than usual. I usually get pretty pale in the winter, and if you're talking about my complexion, I have been out in the sun a little bit. My 3-year-old's in soccer, And 3-year-old soccer league is intense, man. I got practice all the time. We got games coming up. Gooseman says, will you go storm chasing tomorrow? Unfortunately, no. I would love to. I think it would be fun. We got the truck all ready. This is our big, bad storm chasing machine here. I'm calling it Hall Force 1. We got it all ready to go. It's got a really nice PTZ camera on the top of it. The camera has a windshield wiper. I mean, how many times have we wished that was the case with our cameras mounted on our vehicles? We've got Starlink satellite dish, weather station, 2,000 watt power inverter or something. We're charging like 1 million batteries in there. All kinds of communication stuff. I mean, it's cool. It would be a very nice experience to track a storm in this thing. But I think it is more important that I'm here doing this tomorrow, especially if there's a bunch of tornado warnings in multiple different areas, which it looks like that's going to be the case. All the storms are dying out pretty much everywhere here. The complex over here near Joplin is still pretty intense, producing damaging winds and hail. But that's just going to turn into what looks like a big, nasty wall of rain as it moves up towards Stockton and El Dorado Springs. Another big, nasty wall of rain forming northwest of St. Louis going into Illinois. Look at this severe thunderstorm warning way out here near Millersburg, Ohio. Inch in diameter hail possible with that moving into Berlin. So certainly a severe weather outbreak today. We have, I mean, there's tons of reports out there. We had some huge hail, damaging winds, quite a few tornado reports. Pretty much what we expected occurred today with a couple of inconsistencies with a location of where some of the things were supposed to occur. But I mean, it was a big, expansive risk area, so that's bound to happen. Yeah, of course we're gonna get some sleep before the stream tomorrow. But I'm good to go at least for another 10 minutes. At 10 minutes from now, we will have officially been streaming for 6 hours, and I think that's a good round of severe weather coverage. Tomorrow, we're probably going to be live for a little while longer. Hopefully not. Hopefully things are just like, just nothing happens, and we can sit here and goof off and then end the stream after 3 hours. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. Jukebox Zero says, Ryan, do a meet and greet in the Path of Totality. I think it's too late to try to organize something like that. But I would, if you see me out there, just come up and say hi. I don't even know where I'm going to be. Like we're not going to go to like a big crowded place. We're going to try to go to like a cornfield, on the side of the interstate somewhere, hopefully a little secluded, just because we don't want to get in anybody's way. We're going to be filming it and having cameras and, all that kind of stuff. So, like, we're just going to try to find our own little spot out there. But if you see us at a gas station or something, you probably will. Anytime, you feel free to come up and say hi. I would love to talk to all y'all. The Wealthy Life says, appreciate you and your team so much. You're changing the game. Hoping all stay safe and well. Thank you so much for that. Very appreciative of that generous contribution there. Justin says, marble size to golf ball size hail in Joplin right now. That's what I was just looking at. Last couple of frames there, we've had a big flare-up of convection right over Joplin, probably dropping some hail in Leawood as well. Joplin, that's the rest of the storm is still well off to your west. This is going to continue for a while. You're going to get a thunderstorm that seems like it lasts plumb near forever, I believe, in Joplin here, as this train of sails is going to go right over you. But nothing tornadic in there from what I can tell right now. Certainly don't let your guard down. Make sure you are paying attention to warnings. Yeah, tomorrow's one of those days where we're probably going to have multiple tornado warnings at the same time, possibly even in different states. So we're going to be jumping around a lot. Get ready for that. If you don't know right now, try to get as much information as you can about your current location. Like, even if you're looking at a map, like really zoomed out like this, know where your town is on a map. Know where your county is. Know where, just go over all that kind of stuff, because once again, we're going to be jumping around a lot tomorrow, I think. Sorry for yawning. I think that I know it's contagious, and I try to hold it in, but like sometimes it just comes out. I'm not even tired. It's something about like when I know the stream's about to end. It just starts. It's just a natural like habit, because a lot of times we're here for like 12 hours straight, and I am tired at the end of the stream. But right now I'm fine. I had my hamburger patties earlier. I'm ready. You know who else is ready? Andy. What's up?
I am ready for tomorrow, Ryan, but I guess I'm looking at two things that are kind of weird in Oklahoma right now, to the south and west of Purcell, which is south of Oklahoma City. You'll see it there. It's that little kink in the line there. It looks like an embedded supercell. But then just north of that embedded supercell, there's a tiny little circulation that has existed for a few frames and I guess could provoke a tornado warning if National Weather Service Norman agrees that that's actually a strong enough rotation, just kind of rain wrapped. So if it is rain wrapped, it's in this area between Alex and Dibble in Oklahoma, and then that mesocyclone down to the south may be organizing for a bit too near Bradley and Lindsay, Oklahoma. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not sure if either of those will do anything, but keep an ear out for a tornado warning, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention to areas just south of Oklahoma City. Very, localized, but certainly impressive areas of rotation showing up here, and they've been consistent. So we'll see what happens with this one over here to the south of Dibble, Oklahoma. Moving over towards Kreiner and Woody Chapel. A larger area of inflow over here west of Lindsay, but not so much on the other side. So we'll see what happens with that as well. We'll stick around and watch it for a couple more minutes. Still got some pretty strong winds coming out of the storm in Waurika, moving towards Velma and Tatum's in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, you're getting the lightning, the thunder, the rain, and all that good stuff right now. Everything's below severe limits, though. Could change as the storm gets closer to Shawnee and Chandler. Might see some wind-driven severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Power outages being reported in Chickasha as the storm that has the rotation in it is moving east. About 800 people without power in Chickasha there. So, and that's likely because of the storm that just went through. Are you tired yet? Nope. You need a massage chair for these streams? No, it's really not that bad, y'all. I enjoy this. I like being here. I like talking. I like everything that's involved. Even though sometimes it is tiring, it's in the same way that anything else that's hard to do, but rewarding is tiring. It's not a bad feeling. Okay, so they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the part of that storm that's rotating a little bit there. So that's going to include Maysville and Purcell. So no tornado warning, and the rotation has let up a little bit. But I would watch that. I would watch that line as it moves into southeastern Oklahoma tonight. I would just about bet my bottom dollar there's eventually going to be a couple tornado warnings at some point tonight down here. So y'all need to be ready for that and know what you're going to do when and if that warning comes through. Also, can't let our guard down with this complex of storms to around Joplin that's going to move towards Springfield slowly but surely. We'll probably have some problems out of that later too. Everything up here around St. Louis over towards Indianapolis is mostly just going to be really heavy rain, and that's going to cause its own problems. But yeah. There's your considerable. Yep, that includes Joplin. Joplin's now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, hail 1 inch in diameter, 70 mile per hour winds. So yeah, that's going to continue for quite some time there in Joplin. Buckle in. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to call it a night right now, and we're going to get some rest for tomorrow. We will be back with you probably around 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Andy should be here. We're going to have everybody, the storm chasers. It's all going to be, pretty much what we've done today, except I do believe tomorrow is going to be quite a bit more active, unfortunately. We need to do the same thing that we did today, okay? Thanks to you guys, in just 6 hours' time, we've reached 1.5 million people with this stream today. We need to make sure that we get the word out to as many people as possible tomorrow as well. So when you show up to the stream, just go ahead and be ready to copy that link and paste it everywhere, so we can get vital information out, potentially life-saving information out to people who otherwise wouldn't find it, because we're reaching them on social media instead of through the TV or wherever else. So super grateful for everybody that's been supportive today. You've been so supportive. Thank you for that. Thank you to people who went to shopryanhall.com, who've supported our sponsors, all that good stuff. And most of all, thank you for subscribing to the channel. That's the most important thing. Andy's got something for us. What do you got?
Yeah, Ryan, before we leave, just want to issue a heads up for anyone in Carthage, Missouri. There could be a spin-up tornado in the near term there, so it's wise to take shelter ahead of time, just in case there is. And even if there isn't, then you got some practice in doing so as a sort of a sign-off message. It's always good to have that practice in case that spin-up tornado does happen in a short amount of time. Could be shorter than the National Weather Service would even warn for, so just want to make sure we get that out there.
Thank you so much. That's very important stuff from Andy there. Be weather aware all night tonight. Make sure you have a way of getting warnings, and especially here in Carthage and areas just to the east of that. This storm is pretty nasty, and it's going to cause problems tonight, so be aware of that. We're going to get some rest. We'll see you not early tomorrow, but probably before the storms really get going tomorrow. We'll start a little early again, like we did today, to talk about the forecast a little bit, to get everybody warmed up, give us time to share the link and everything, and then we'll really dive into the coverage later in the day whenever the storms start popping off. Follow me on Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff tonight. I'll have intermittent updates on there as the SPC outlooks come out, new models and stuff. Once again, at Ryan Hall, y'all. But until then, I'll see you here in the next live stream. Good night.